morning, everybody. Today's date is December 15th, 2021. This is a regular meeting of the State Liquor Authority being conducted in Albany with video conferencing to our New York City and Buffalo offices. Present today are Chairman Bradley, Commissioner Fan, and Commissioner Ford. Staff in attendance is General Counsel Meyerhoff, Secretary Donahue, and myself, Donald Roper, from the Secretary's office. This meeting is being live streamed on the Authority's YouTube channel. Meeting dates include, so for the next meeting dates have been a change from January 5th to January 4th, 2022 due to the State of the State address. After that, we'll have a regular meeting on January 19th, 2022. There's also been a change in guidelines from the State Department of Health and the Governor's Office regarding use of masks. Please wear them at all times, even when you come up to speak. Please silence your mobile phones while in the meeting room and take all phone calls or conversations outside. Items will be called in order. They are signed in, first in Buffalo, then in Albany, and starting no earlier than 10:30 a.m. in New York City. When your item is called, please approach the podium or the table, identify yourself, and representatives should also identify their clients who are present. And again, please keep your mask on while speaking. Chairman, do you have any other announcements?
I do not.
So the first, we'll go to the Buffalo office. The first item is 03039 KIRKLAND Mini MART.
Donald, I already wasn't paying attention.
Yeah, sorry. 3039.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you state your name for the record? My name is Thiazan Al-Sayadi, representative for KIRKLAND Mini Mart.
And can you introduce your client, please?
You want me to raise my voice?
Can you introduce your client, please?
Ahmad Muthanna, owner of KIRKLAND Mini Mart.
Can you put your mask on, please? Thank you. Okay.
Yes, we email you all the document that has been required by last board meeting, already submitted back in December 7th. All the document showing that there is no relationship between the owner and the previous owner, the current owner and the previous owner, and showing that the wife of the owner is not the daughter of the previous owner. All the affidavits and the document has been submitted through email.
Yeah, just to be clear for the record, the concern wasn't that there was a relationship between the current applicant and the prior owner. The concern was that there was a relationship between the current applicant and the prior availer of the license, a gentleman named Shafiq Saleh. But in between the meetings, I had an opportunity to review records and found that this Mr. Saleh, who was the availer, applied for a license and we have his ID, and he is only 9 years older than the applicant's wife. So it is unlikely that he is the applicant's wife's father, unless he...
Unlikely.
Unlikely. Well, 9 years old, probably unlikely.
Why did we think that he was the father in the first place?
Same last name, and there was a note in the file about it, and I'm not exactly sure how that ended up.
All right, I'll vote to approve. Thank you for coming back. Oh, I'll vote to recon. I'll vote to reconsider and vote to approve.
Commissioner Ford?
Same here. I vote to recon and vote to approve.
And I will do the same.
No problem.
Yeah, I emailed her.
Oh, okay.
Reconsideration has been granted and your application has been approved.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thanks for coming back.
You're welcome.
Up to you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is 3061, LUXOR LLC.
You missed that one?
Good morning.
The recording, the YouTube recording will still be on the website, the complete recording, just that for the
That's fine.
secretary's office copy will be missing a little bit. Go ahead.
Oh, my name is Harmony Healy. I am from the law firm of Hogan Village, and I am here present with my client, Sarah Thunderberg, on behalf of LUXOR Steak and Lobster. We are asking for a reconsideration of the denial for the application for her liquor license. I did submit a substantial amount of documentation in hopes that you would reconsider. I hopefully addressed all of the board's concerns with respect to the financing as well as the intent to run the location as a restaurant, not as a nightclub or any kind of related.
So, who is with you?
This is my client, Tara Thunderberg. She's the owner.
Okay. So, Ms. Healy, and I'm not speaking for the other two commissioners, but I am speaking for myself. I don't know whether a lot of issues were addressed. There's no question about that. But I want to make clear, because there's been some questioning our actions on this application from the last meeting, and your outline of the finances does not comport with what our legal requirement is. We don't give licenses with the expectation that people are going to use their future revenues to pay off bills that they've already incurred. There's a reason for that. And the reason is that the law requires us to know who every person who's a part owner of this license is. And when someone tells us that they invested $9,000 when their rent was $4,500, the security deposit was $4,500, they did renovations to the establishment. Then they had to hire staff. They obviously hired a consultant, which was obviously a good thing. It doesn't add up. So what goes on in our head is that somebody else is putting money in here. When you supply that information on the day of the hearing of extra money that was loaned to her, we have absolutely no opportunity to vet those people at that time, meaning we can't go back to our records and find out whether these people have been involved in licenses, whether they have criminal records, whether they have certain things that we have to check. So I understand, she obviously has a lot of support, and I just want to make clear that the application we got was insufficient. And when I say that, it was because of the finances, it was because of the method of operation, which she clearly is not using. She asked for everything under the sun, which made it look like a nightclub. She's made it clear now that she doesn't want to have a DJ. She doesn't want to have things that would make it look like a nightclub. All we have to go on is what's in front of us. And when that's not accurate, and it wasn't when it came in here, that's what we have to rule on. So now things have substantially changed, so I'm going to vote to reconsider based on the information you provided. But the information that came in initially was not sufficient. I want to make that clear.
I understand, and I apologize for that. I was not involved in the original application. However, now that I am involved, I tried to pull every financial document that I could for you and give you an understanding that the people that were supporting her generally were her family. So she has a lot of support coming from her family. They don't necessarily have a financial stake in the business. They have a stake in watching their daughter succeed, their mother succeed. But they aren't, and of course they want the business to succeed, but the money is coming from all of the places that I documented in my reconsideration letter. And I'm sorry that was misconveyed to you at the time.
And then the other aspect, which is really the most important aspect that I was in consideration of, was the fact that she had no experience, and this was a very, very bad place previously, on 3 separate occasions, on 3 separate licensees. And I understand the legal arguments you made, but they're actually not correct. We are allowed to consider the licensee's experience, particularly when we have a location that previously was an enormous problem for the authority. And when I say an enormous problem, there were multiple cancellations, one in 2006, one in 2014, and one in 2019. So when you have, now obviously she went and hired a consultant. We weren't aware of that at the time. That's something else that was not in the original application. But that's the point I'm making, and I hope I'm making it to everybody, because when we get these applications and they look like this initially, it's not good. But like I said, I vote to reconsider.
I'll
Thank you.
vote to reconsider as well.
Chairman Ward.
I vote to reconsider as well.
Thank you.
The application.
You guys have any questions?
No.
No, not really, but I just want to clarify what you actually want and what you don't need. So are you closing at 11:30?
She is closing by 11:30, yes.
11:30 every night?
Yes,
Okay, and there is no DJ, no dancing, no promoters.
correct.
What about live band?
I have had live bands in the past. I've been permitted to have live music. It's only jazz music. I have Will Houghton. I don't know if you've ever heard of him. He's a saxophonist who comes in. He also plays at Salvatore's and jazz.
Can you live with live acoustic jazz?
Yes.
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 No amplifying?
Yes.
Okay. What about private events?
I don't do private events. I do allow private dinner parties where a person can have more than 10 guests. So that way I block off so no other guests are allowed to come in.
That is a private event.
Not unless they shut the restaurant.
She's shutting the restaurant.
It's
Question
a,
in the application.
I have 2 floors.
Hold on.
Wait,
Hold on for a second. The question that's in the application, the way it's phrased, is whether or not the premises will be
closed for private events, right.
Versus having.
So she's doing a private event, but the rest of the restaurant is still open?
Correct. I have 2 floors in the restaurant where
Okay, but
where I allow people
Okay,
to
but-
sit with just their family or just their guests, and the rest of the guests are on the 2nd level.
Okay, so you don't want to do weddings or anything like that?
No.
Okay,
And no karaoke, right?
and no karaoke?
Correct.
Okay. I'm ready. All right, so I will vote to approve with the following conditions. 11:30 across the board, no DJ, no dancing, no promoters, no karaoke. Acoustic jazz music is allowed, no private events.
Can we
Manager,
give them the 12 just so that, in case they need time to close?
okay, chairman wants midnight, so we will go to midnight close. And manager and security as needed.
That's approved. And Commissioner Finn? Commissioner
Yes.
Ford?
I would just, all of that is all good, except that I would take out acoustic jazz, because jazz guitar players use electric guitars. I'm a bass player. I don't play stand-up, I play electric bass. So I'm just gonna say jazz and leave it at that.
Can we define what jazz is? Or is that do we have to go to music school to get that?
Classic jazz
You
or?
can't define jazz, that's why it's jazz, okay?
Okay.
So, I'm just gonna say, low-key jazz, what is that?
Low-key jazz.
Yeah, nothing like.
No, just do
Korea,
quiet
something like
jazz.
that,
Like background.
Do you want to put a term on that just so we can put it on the license, Gary?
It's jazz amplified.
Accompanying live jazz music.
Okay.
I think that's the best we can do.
I'll vote for that as well. So everything that Commissioner Fan voted for, but change.
I'm just saying, I don't want a group to show up there and he's got an electric guitar and you're going crack.
Right. All right, thank you.
All right,
Thank you very much.
you're welcome.
Have a nice day.
Yep.
3149, that's THEOAKBARREL Bar and Grill LLC.
Good morning, Chairman, members of the board. Adam Connors appearing as attorney for the applicant, THEOAKBARREL. With me is the principal, Mr. Kadiri, as well as our consultant, Chet McKenna. And do you want me to proceed? It's my understanding there are some concerns about due to the prior history of the property with the cancellation and some prior applicants. I just want to make sure that the board is, any concerns are addressed with regard to Mr. Kadiri not having any relationship or connection at all to any of those prior applicants or operators.
Sorry, keep going.
Okay, and if there are any questions, but certainly Mr. Kadiri can answer them. He advised me, and I think it's in the submission that he found this location simply as a drive-by, saw the for rent sign, started talking to the landlord, and has struck up an agreement from there. Beyond that, the operation method will be substantially different than our prior operator. Mr. Kadiri advises this is going to be a Mediterranean restaurant, serving some bar foods as well. I know he has a certificate of occupancy issued by the town of Irondequoit that limits his hours. Tuesday through Thursday is 12 to 11 p.m., Friday and Saturday 12 to 12 a.m., and Sunday 12 to 4 p.m. He will not have any live music, dancing, no karaoke, possibly recorded music as background music, but that would be the extent of it. And any other concerns the board might have, certainly.
Are you open now?
No.
No.
And why do you want a restaurant?
I live in that town, and I have passion for like cooking, and I always wanted to have a restaurant. And I saw this location, and I saw potential, and so I decided to open.
Who's gonna be cooking?
I have myself. I'll be there, and I have a chef that I hired.
And what are you serving? Because your lawyer said Mediterranean. The menu you gave me is. I have
falafel, but. Well, yeah, I have that menu is gonna be changed because that was a older menu. We're changing the menu, and we're gonna add. It's gonna be probably 50-50 Mediterranean and some bar or restaurant food.
Okay.
Are you giving up your other job?
Yes.
Is your brother-in-law going to work at the place?
No.
What's he do?
He owns a restaurant. He's been owning a restaurant for 4 years now.
In Rochester?
In Rochester, in a different town, up in Henrietta.
Okay.
Mr. Kadiri, it says you're a trucker now. Who do you drive for?
I drove for a couple companies, and I had my own. I was an owner-operator as well. I worked for U.S. Commercial.
Okay, thank you.
Ready to vote?
Yes, I am.
Commissioner Fan?
I'm gonna vote to approve, recorded music only, midnight across the board. No private events, no promoters, no security, manager as needed.
Thank you.
Commissioner Ford
I'll approve under the same terms.
and Chairman Bradley.
I will approve under the same terms as well.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you so much.
Well, good luck.
Thank you.
Next is 3104, that's TOWNLINE Workers Lines LLC. It's a request for reconsideration. It was held over from the November 23rd for the applicant this year.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hi,
I'm Kai Mail, representing DAPA for the online liquor and wine. And we're here for the reconsideration matter.
Who's with you?
Mustafa Kaderi,
he's the applicant, right?
yes,
Yes.
he's the applicant owner.
So, talk to me about the finances that are coming in for this business.
So initially, Mustafa had about like 35,000, and in the original application, this was forgotten to submit, and we, after the denial, we gathered all information and we submitted that, and there's another loan coming in to Mustafa from a family for another $45,000, and that's gonna be put into the business for a term of like 5 years.
So you forgot to put the investment amount in the question that asked for the investment?
Yes, that was done by a CPA accountant, and they forgot this whole financial part of it. And that's why we were denied it.
So there was 35,000 you forgot, the accountant just put down 6,000 as the investment.
Yes, because
The
at
rent's
that time-
2,500, the security deposit's 2,500.
Yes,
So there was no money to hire anybody or buy anything or even renovate the place.
so at that time, the place was pretty ready to go, had all the shelving and the equipment as we submit the pictures. And we knew that there was more funding coming in, but at that time, we did not have the fund available. And now that we have all the funds available, ready to be operated, and we're just waiting for the approval grant.
So where'd the 35,000 come from suddenly?
The 35,000 was there, and they just forgot to submit the bank statements. It was Mustafa's like earnings plus.
You're not answering the question.
Go ahead.
He asked you the 35,000, where did it come from? You said it was there. That's not an answer. Like, is it from wages? Did he save
Yes.
it? Like,
Wages,
where's it coming from?
wages that he's been working at Mediterranean Kebab House. He sold a car for 12,000. That was part of the fund, and some tax return and some unemployment. And in the bank records, it shows all those resources of the fund.
And when were they put in the bank? What account was it put into?
The business account.
From what
personal
account?
to business.
By check?
Yes, it was by check, by cashier's check, and by some cash transactions.
And the loan, who gave him the $45,000 loan?
That's me.
How are you related to him?
He's my brother.
So you're loaning your brother $45,000, interest-free, no security, no nothing?
Yes, because we live all together. He's my youngest brother, and the fund, we own a house.
I thought you were the rep. Why is your brother not talking? Why are you the one talking? What do you do for a living?
So,
What do I own a business.
What type of business?
I own a restaurant for the past like 6 years.
Do you own a liquor store?
No,
Does anybody in your family own a liquor store?
no,
Did you give him the $35,000 as well?
no.
Well, we don't need to talk to you. Let your brother talk. You're not representing him. You're related to him.
Yeah,
That's
so,
fine. That was,
yeah, so I've been past working 3 years at the restaurant, and I've been saving my money and working hard, and that's how I got $35,000. And I was thinking like try to open my own business, and so I got a location for it, and I was like thinking like it's a good location in the middle of the Henrietta TOWNLINE.
So you're working at your brother's restaurant?
Yeah,
Okay, you said a restaurant. I'm asking, was you working at your brother's restaurant?
yeah.
What is that restaurant? What's the name of it?
Well, Mediterranean Kebab House.
And that restaurant, I assume, has a liquor license?
No liquor.
When did we get the new financial paperwork? Was that in the supplemental stuff
yes,
Yeah,
that you handed in on Friday?
it was ended like last month.
last year.
Why wouldn't you hand that in? This was denied in late November. Why wouldn't you have just sent that in with the reconsideration? Why did you wait until the last day to hand it in to us?
We did submit that last, like before the first board meeting.
Yeah, it wasn't a supplemental, it wasn't just submitted.
No, the 35,000 part was just submitted on the supplemental.
No, it was on in the recon, not in the.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't have it in the recon. I have it in my supplemental, the bank statements.
I don't see a supplemental for this.
There isn't.
I'm sorry, I'm looking back. I'm back at the original application. Okay.
There's supplemental, but it was held over from last meeting.
Yeah, once again, this is somebody who put their new financial information in their supplemental, which we have absolutely no ability to vet because it was 2 days before the hearing, or 3 days before the hearing.
Well, they provided a recent bank statement that just shows that the money was transferred into an account. But we don't know where it came from or how.
Right, because we have, even the old financials, we have a bank statement from August of 2020 where it goes from $10,000 to $27,000 because of a couple large deposits.
Okay.
But so that large deposit was sold a car like for $12,500.
Okay, that would explain one of them.
Without any documentation.
I mean, we still have a copy of that cashier's check from the car. And the rest is like unemployment and like the bank statement that we submitted has the transactions.
Okay.
Ready to vote on the request for reconsideration?
Yes, I am.
Commissioner Fan
I'll vote yes to reconsideration.
and Commissioner Ford
I'll vote yes to reconsideration as well.
and Chairman Brown.
I'm voting no to reconsideration. This financial information is not, the 35,000, yeah, he's got a cashier's check. We have no idea where it came from, and and then he got an interest-free loan with absolutely no security from his brother for $50,000. There's a lot of money here that we have no idea where it's coming from.
That 50,000 we
I just voted. I didn't ask a question of you.
And so on the application,
Oh,
for the, or Commissioner Banlin for the, whether to grant the application package or.
There are a lot of holes here, but I sense the effort here that you guys are really trying, and this is a family effort, trying to own the store, so. But the person who owns it really has to run it, guys.
Yes.
Okay? No, seriously. We will check.
Sure.
With that, I'm gonna vote to approve.
Commissioner Ford.
I wasn't here for the last one,
We split this.
so going back through my notes.
Did you want to split last time?
Probably not.
I voted yes. My notes were to approve this, so I'm going to stick with that. Not that I don't have some concerns here, but I'm going to vote to approve.
And Chairman Riley.
I'm voting to deny. The finances just aren't backed up for me. I don't know where the money's coming from, and I have questions whether these are the actual two owners. And also I question whether there's public convenience and advantage, because one of the 4 closest stores we just put there in 2018, which is 2.5 miles away in a driving community. I don't know that that's actually settled in yet. But, so I'm going to vote to deny.
So it's been approved.
You've
The
been
application,
approved.
Yes.
you're all set.
Good luck.
Thank you.
And that's all I have signed in for Buffalo. Brian, is that right?
Yes, that's it for Buffalo.
Okay, thank you. Just stay on for 30 more minutes. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we're going to move on to the Albany office. First is 3075 OMKAR NY Inc.
Good morning, Glenn Commissioner for OMKAR NY Inc. I have with me to President body and Beard body. My understanding is their prior application was denied. The members were concerned about the relationship between them and the prior licensee. It can state for the record that there is no relationship other than they were intended. They found out about this place through their beer salesman, and they went down and they negotiated a deal. They questioned about Mrs. Ducati working a few hours a week. That's because her husband was in there running the store, which supplements her being there. And he was not part of the first application because the person that represented him told him that he could not get a license because he was not a citizen of the United States. So he was
Who's not a license? Who?
We have plenty of licensees who aren't citizens.
I agree with you.
Oh.
And I don't argue that point. So, but the point I'm making is that he was ill-advised
Oh, I see.
and ill-guided. This is truly a family operation.
Do they know these former owners?
And the landlords.
Okay. All right. I voted to approve last time, so I'm going to support you guys. I vote to approve.
And Commissioner Ford.
I will change my vote and vote to approve.
Chairman Riley.
Do they have other licenses?
The wife does, yes.
Is she aware that if this is untrue, she's going to lose that license too?
She is clearly aware of that.
So if we end up finding, and as Commissioner Pham pointed out, we're going to check, that money is going back to these landlords other than rent, you're going to get this revoked plus your other license. Because I have serious concerns that they're involved in this. And if that comes in any way, shape, or form, meaning they're working in the place, I don't care what they're doing, you're going to probably lose both places. All right, I'll approve. I'll reconsider and, oh no, I'm sorry, I'll approve.
Thank you very much.
Good luck.
Alright, so next is 3143 Lake George Wine Outlet LLC.
Good morning, Commissioner Michael Gary, attorney on behalf of the applicant. This is Zachary Moore, the principal of the applicant. Pleased to appear in front of you this morning. This location is unique a little bit in that it's in the cluster of the outlet stores between exit 19 and Route 149 up in the Lake George area. This is a very busy shopping center area up there. The store is 3,400 gross, about 26 or 2,700 display space, retail space in there. The reports from the reporting stores were all substantial increases. We did have one store that didn't report. Is
that store open?
I think it is.
The closest store to you?
Monty's liquor, discount liquor, is 2.5 or 3 miles south of this location on Route 9.
How far do you live from the store?
I'm sorry, Commissioner?
I live about 10 minutes from the store.
Is your father going to be working there as well?
No.
Are there any family members who are going to be working there?
No.
It's just you?
Yes.
Okay.
I noticed that the other stores, or what numbers were missing, it all did come about in our supplemental, so that you
Yeah.
find all the numbers, but nobody objected. And it might be because you're pretty much halfway between Lake George and Glens Falls. So I'm gonna approve you based on the fact that I think it's in public community advantage for that alone.
Amazing. I will vote to approve as well.
I'll vote to approve as well. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Next I have 3141 Wholesale Vineyards LLC. It was Wholesale Vineyards LLC.
What number was that again, Don?
3141.
Don, we gotta get you a little one of those numbers like next served.
No, I want one of those.
Maybe outside. Let me.
3141.
Hey, Paula.
Oh, yeah.
They're coming. They said they're coming?
Yep. Hi, how are you?
We have people here both in support and in opposition, just this is the applicants.
Applicant.
No one here is in opposition to the application?
I am here.
You are? Okay.
Can you put your name on the record?
If you can put your name on
Anthony
it.
O'Rourke.
And who's with you?
Ryan Lucy.
John DELI.
Are you the applicants, or is there a representative or attorney?
David Pinkowski, an attorney.
No, sorry. Who are you?
Applicant, and I'm just helping them as far as a consultant, industry consultant.
And you, sir, are attorney for these guys?
I am, yeah.
Okay.
All right, can we have, you guys can sit or stand in the back. We'll take the objectors now. They go first. Who's objecting to this? Come on up.
Anybody opposition, come on up to the table.
Thank you. You're welcome. Good morning. We're ready to start? Okay.
Yes.
I will attempt to be brief. I think the facts.
You just put your name.
Put your name.
My name is Dan Maggs, M-A-G-G-S.
And are you both from opposing stores, or you also?
Different stores.
There's another store that's involved,
What's your store?
Freeman's Bridge Wine and Liquor.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. My wife and I have owned and operated for 19 years. Okay, in that 19 years, there's been 4 applicants for new stores in Glen Hills. 3 of them have already closed, 1 is still open. Okay? Every time a store opens and closes, it simply dilutes the existing 5 stores in that town. Okay?
It usually lasts about a year, then they close. The town of Glenville, 10 years ago, the population was 29,400. Today, it's 29,300. So there's no growth in the population. If you look at the four closest stores' gross sales, there's no spike in any of the sales until COVID hit. There was a spike with COVID. The obvious reason being you close liquor stores and restaurants, the spike is going to happen. But before that, there was no spike in gross sales. So the town of Glenville does not need another liquor store. Obviously, that's my position. That's this gentleman's position. The last one who applied 2 or 3 years ago was denied. He appealed. The denial was unanimously denied again.
Where was that one compared to where this happened?
That one was probably 2 or 3 miles north of me. However,
On 123 Saratoga Road?
Yes, sir. In that denial, a woman who was on the board at that time told the applicant, we will not put a store less than a mile than an existing store. This applicant right now is literally 3/10 of a mile from my store, 1,500 feet.
Well, I don't know who was on the board then, but that's not,
I don't either,
yeah,
sir.
that's not our rule.
Okay. That's all I have to go by.
Okay.
This new applicant, I stand in my parking lot, I can look down the street and see his parking lot. He's 1,500 feet from my front door. Okay?
How big is your store?
3,500 square feet of retail, about 1,000 square feet of warehouse. So the town has not grown, business has not grown since then. The only difference from that last denial and today is obviously COVID. Okay, liquor stores were deemed essential, we were allowed to stay open, but the stress and pressure put on stores, every retail store in the country, due to lack of inventory, due to supply chain disruptions, every retail store was put into a new stress, okay? The need for another store doesn't exist. There was this summer, there was many weekends when the wholesalers didn't have truck drivers to even deliver our inventory. The last thing the 5 stores in Glenville need is another store to dilute their sales. With that, I respectfully request that you deny the applicant.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
I'm Tom Woods, owner of Phil Engelbart's Liquor Mart, which is one of the 4 closest stores to the proposed location. I don't want to restate the points that have already been stated, but I also oppose.
Why do you think you're one of the few stores I've seen in upstate New York whose sales suffered during COVID? Why do you think that is? Because he brought it up and he's right. Most stores had a big bump because of COVID. You did not.
To be quite honest, I think it was the performance of the previous owner.
Okay.
In the way he was running the store.
Oh, you just bought this place?
I just bought it in June, yeah.
Oh, okay. All right, thank you. All right, guys, whoever's the applicant.
Good morning. Thank you for your time and consideration. Certainly valid points brought up by the opposition. Every time competition is introduced to a market, there's certainly going to be some hesitation. We didn't expect to have competition hopefully welcome us to this. I have worked in the industry quite a while. I've covered multiple states. What I've learned is you have to offer something that is not currently being offered, whether that's a restaurant, a retail store, or a service. Our approach to this is value added. It's really focuses on wine and a focus on New York State.
I'm sorry, you're a consultant for liquor stores or restaurants or what?
Just for these folks here. This is John's my cousin.
Oh, he's your cousin.
Yes.
You don't work for a wholesaler? Right?
No, sir.
And so what do you do?
We have a family wine business. I make wine in Washington State.
Ah, okay. You came here for this?
Yes, ma'am.
Wow, okay. And he's gonna sell your wine?
Hopefully, I'm not in New York State yet. I'm in Vermont and New Hampshire at this point. We just started during the pandemic in 2020.
Oh, cool.
So this is we're wrapping up our first year, so We'd love to be in New York. I grew up here. I have family in the area. My sister's actually a school teacher not far in Burnt Hills. So,
How are you related?
We're cousins.
What kind of cousins? Like blood cousins or marriage cousins?
So Tony and I, we've been having for a long time. He produces very high quality, really, I think, outstanding wines. It's a great product for a great price. And he's trying to incorporate, we're trying to incorporate all the farms coming in the New York State great program, ultimately into the program. Tony's an expert really at educating the client on the experience, the grapes, the wine, the vineyards. We're trying to bring all of that into the store in terms of like regular education, classes, and bringing a very broad variety of product that currently doesn't exist. We're not planning to be a seller of cupcake wines and yellowtail. We're really trying to bring the variety to the client. And at this point in time, to get that type of variety, people are probably traveling 30 minutes from the area. The area is very busy between Lowe's and Walmart. Obviously, since the last rejection of a license, they put in a $300 million casino, which we're all aware of. So we feel that the demand is there. Our ultimate goal and our focus is wine. We're not
It's what they would call in Massachusetts a package store. We understand there's a need for that. Those people, if you've been in business a long time, you're going to have loyalty where people are going to come in, they build relationships. Prices all seem to be pretty similar. We're trying to add more of an experience. We're trying to have people come to the area, maybe have lunch, spend a little bit of time in the store. Don't just come in, go out, walk around. Things like glassware, things like winemakers, actually working with culinary programs at the schools to train wine tasting dinners. I'm actually traveling back tonight to do a wine dinner. Have winemakers in there, have seminars, actually have a tasting room.
So if all you want to do is focus on wines, your retail space is going to be significantly larger than all of the surrounding liquor stores.
Yes, sir.
What's the need for that if you're not doing any popular brands? Right?
Yeah, part of the reason that the popular brands don't take up a lot of room. There's a stack of wine, you go in, you grab it. We want to have the space more conducive to spending a little bit of time. Especially with the pandemic, people tend to not really want to be on top of each other. We've seen delivery services expanding and curbside. By having that extra space, it gives us a little bit of flexibility. Again, an area that's dedicated to education and tastings, which can also be offered to the community for gatherings, a private room that they could use, getting potentially a little bit of music.
But I have your diagram here, and I'm not seeing any of that.
Well, this is, again, I'm working with a couple of gentlemen that do not know this industry very well. They're more or less investing in property. I don't know if you know the DELI on Yates.
Is it their store or is it your store?
It's their store. I have no financial interest.
I mean, the diagram here shows an enormous amount of shelving. It doesn't even show a tasting area.
Yeah, well,
I mean, you guys, I don't know if you sat through the first case we did. All we got to go on is what was sent into us. What is sent into us is not showing tastings and an experience at all. It's showing what I would deem a large discount liquor store.
And I've come into this since then. I've been down to the area 3 times now. I've looked at the space and added my input into this as far as what can you do that's different to make you unique, make you something that the community will embrace. I've had conversations with people down here that are going right now to All-Star Wines perhaps, or up to Exit 9. And they want that experience. They're looking for higher end, they're looking for sustainably grown, they're looking for organic, they're looking for maybe a bigger selection of things that they don't have now. There's no sense in replicating your competition. You have to offer something a little bit different, and I think that's the whole point of what this is. This is a work in progress. The doors aren't open. The building's been bought. A lot of money has went in. There's some curb.
You guys own the building?
Yes.
The two of you?
Yeah, we do. Rat Soap is currently moved into there in the back. They're soap manufacturing. And
So what are they?
Rat Soap, Yeah, they're soap manufacturers. They moved into the back, so the town supervisor just stopped in last week, and he wanted to go through this with us. What the store was intending to do, and how we're gonna try to add to the community. And Rad Soap actually has a partnership with Pine Ridge Industries. So we feel that, we can contribute a lot to the community, have Pine Ridge employees working with us. Rad Soap has had tremendous success with them. So the whole thing is coming together, and I know there might not be a diagram there that says, we specifically cut this thing out for a tasting room. Right now, it is a shell. We've taken it back. Ryan and I have invested an enormous amount of capital into.
Are you running the store, both of you? Are you both gonna be running it?
Yes.
The application says.
No, you said the principals will not be involved, it says.
No, I can't be there full time. I can be there from 4 o'clock on every day. I have market licenses, so I can't be there until 4. Ryan owns a roofing company. Ryan works early. So Ryan's saying, we can definitely cover the weekends and we can be there.
So you have no intention of selling this place after you get it open?
No.
Application says you're gonna hire a manager. Have you found a manager?
No, we have not. We've been interviewing managers. They're interested parties in it, but at this point in time, I can't very well ask someone to come work for us and maybe upheave their current position when I don't know where we're going. So we haven't settled in, but we have talked to people. We do have people who have a lot of experience in the industry and they're interested in the project.
Especially in the hospitality industry, a lot of people, as you know, have made an exodus from the long hours and the grueling pace of working in restaurants. I've seen a lot of success with off-premise, securing people from that world to come in and still kind of work around. They have passion about wine, spirits, but they just don't want to work in that environment anymore. So.
Yeah. And one other thing that is incorrect on the paper, I was talking with Ryan about that last night. It said about employees. I think Ryan and I just misinterpreted that a little bit. It says, possibly in the 40s. Pine Ridge Industries is a lot of part-time people. So it would be, hoping to employ a lot of people, but those aren't our full-time people. It'd be a couple full-time managers, something like that, but it wouldn't be, we're trying to utilize that program the best that we can.
Okay, did you want to say something?
Excuse me, can I speak before you vote, folks?
Yeah.
Yeah, hold on
Let
one
me know
second.
when.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
You want to talk before?
Yeah, no, Commissioner Ford, how close is this to this casino they're talking about?
The casino is just across the Mohawk River over the Freeman Bridge.
I was just there 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, so it's really not that far from them. The other liquor store up the street is a lot closer to them than the casino is. And plus the casino's pretty near. There's a store called Goose Hill Liquors that it's not too far from either. And it's not too far from on 51 Union Street. Which one was that? Woods Wine and Spirits. So seems to me the casino is pretty well covered right now. Just my opinion.
Okay.
And there's another store that we approved a move down the street at 1619 Eastern Parkway. And there's another one over on 330 Becker Drive in Southwest Schenectady that we did, I think that we approved. There's another one at 1900 that we denied. There's another one down at 2313 that we approved. We seem to have had a flurry of applications in Schenectady. I had to go back and spend like an hour going through all my previous files and stuff like that to map this all out, so I have a good idea. That's how I knew the one at 123 Saratoga Road to the north had been denied recently. So, I don't know.
All right, anything else? I know.
And I think that's a valid point. Schenectady and that whole area has went through a transformation. I have a friend that is involved with Edison Downtown, making that a wedding destination, which is really encouraging to see in that area. Having grown up here, it's you always hoped that area would flourish and be more viable, and you go down and see people coming from Saratoga to visit Schenectady. I think that's a nice thing with the new train station. So we're really excited about the future of that area and to play a role in that is.
And the other thing I guess I'll just say on my own behalf and Ryan's, you guys are familiar with Deli's restaurant down in Schenectady. Ryan and I turned old taxi dispatch into that restaurant. I don't know if you guys have been to Deli's, but that business has been a very large success. You know, I had opposition as well. People felt, you know, ultimately you're drawing off of the other restaurants there, but what really happens in those communities is that you are an attraction, you're a destination, and when you do that, it picks up volume in those areas. And I can't emphasize enough, you know, we're not in the business of selling one of those little liquor things, like the other things. That's not what we're doing here. We're truly trying to bring in people from around the community to participate and have a new experience. And our focus is really variety and giving the client experience and an educational experience that they currently don't have. And like I said, quite honestly, they have to drive about 30 minutes from that area to have anything that even remotely resembles that.
Are you involved in Deli's restaurant?
I own it. I own the building.
The building?
Me and Ryan own the building. Yeah, we're not part of that license.
Okay.
No.
All right, thank you. Why don't we hear from?
Thank you.
Again, I'll be brief. The board has given a license for a new store since the casino has opened. The big spree was the casino was going to change the landscape. That store lasted 1 year. It was a mile down the street. It lasted 1 year. They closed. No liquor stores in the area had seen any bump from the casino. It doesn't exist. The claim to provide something to consumers and getting, we're going to do New York State wine. That is a claim that every applicant makes, trying to distinguish different. The last, I always go back to the last one. One of the commissioners asked the applicant, name the top 3 wholesalers you get your New York State wines from. Obviously, he didn't know, okay? The claim that...
Well, I gotta be honest with you, I've been sitting here 7 years and I don't know either.
Okay, but an applicant should know if he's gonna concentrate...
Well, so should the chairman of the liquor authority.
Okay.
You mean you don't know everything?
The other thing is the town supervisor was requested for a letter of support. He denied the request. He told me the town of Glenville does not want another liquor store. The 5 that are there is more than adequate.
Well, we can't, I mean, he should have put in a letter of objection. I did notice that the mayor, I did notice the mayor supports, but he's actually not in the city.
He's in Schenectady. The last license he supported has since gone out of business.
Okay, thank you.
City of Schenectady has 10 liquor stores, as you know, okay? I think...
You are gonna be brief, sir. You already had a shot.
2 seconds?
Yeah.
Okay. Their idea is a great idea. I love it. But they're asking for the same license to sell liquor, wine that I'm doing.
Okay.
I respectfully ask you to deny it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ready to vote?
Yep.
Commissioner Fan?
Oh my gosh. If we take out the COVID bump, none of these numbers really justify another store in the area. You guys have a really good concept, and I know you own the building, but I'm going to vote to deny.
Commissioner Ford?
Closest store, down the street from you. They did have a bump in 2020 like everybody did, like most everybody did, except for the second, third stores from you. I guess I'm not convinced that there's a need for another liquor store either here, so I'm gonna vote to deny as well.
Chairman Bradley?
I'm going to vote to approve, but I was going to condition it on the building of a significant tasting room in the location, but it's denied. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen.
So next we have
You're welcome.
3041 Old Rock Inn LLC. And we had someone sign in for this in NYC. I don't know if that was a mistake.
Oh, probably.
Yeah, 3041 Old Rock Inn LLC.
You're a representative in New York?
Do you have someone in New York City representing you, or is it just you?
No, I own, or I own, hold on,
The Old Rock Inn?
yes.
Okay.
So go ahead, sir. You want us?
Well, I guess I'm here because, well, first of all, I want you to know I'm a nervous wreck because I'm just a regular blue collar. But apparently that, on the date in June of, I guess it was 2020, after we had been reopened for a few days or whatever, apparently someone came in from the health department and my manager who was driving at the time or whatever apparently didn't have her mask on or didn't have it on all the way. And you know what? I don't doubt that. I'm here to say that I just want to give you a little background on myself. I work for the Onondaga County Water Authority in Syracuse, New York. I'm a maintenance foreman. Through the whole pandemic, through the whole closures and everything, I've been an essential worker. My job is to get into the ditch and make sure that the broken water is fixed so that the people in the area can have safe clean water, et cetera, et cetera. I work a lot. I don't have a lot of time. The only reason I kept this business going is because it's been in my family for 50 years. So it was getting to the grandfather clause, so I put some money into it and reopened it. Whatever happened that day, I don't deny it. But it's just a very small, kind of a country, local bar. And I'm sure all of you have kids and et cetera, and when, I'm sure you remember times when your kids were growing up and you'd say, hey, can you do this for me? Or will you not do that? And you turn around for a minute and you do it anyways. So, I believe this happened, but I wasn't there, sir. As a matter of fact, I looked up what I was doing that day and I was in an area called Cicero with my crew and we were repairing an 8-inch water main that fed a neighborhood of about 50 houses so that the people could have clean, safe water.
Mr. Sullivan, can I ask you a question, please?
Sure,
I don't interrupt you, sir, but why did you make the offer then? Why did you offer the $1,500, which is pretty standard at that point? I mean,
why did I offer?
Yeah, you accepted your offer.
Well, I'm just
I guess you call it an offer.
I didn't even contact lawyer or anything. Every correspondence we've had.
Yeah.
If it sounded like I was accepting the offer, I meant I'm trying to get out, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
You know, I'm just pleading for mercy. I mean, I had a hard time, 3 months closure.
How many people does your bar sit, approximately?
Yeah, the maximum fire code is 71. And I have 6 employees for them, which have been with me since the onset, which was February of 19. So we were only open a little over a year. And it was the day before St. Patrick's Day. I had food, I had, stuff that I ended up throwing out because we were closed for a good 3 months. And I don't know what you have in front of me, but if you guys can look at my record, I put even Friday and Saturday night since the get-go, since the very first day I opened in June, we close at midnight, Friday and Saturday nights. I don't want any problems. If you look, if you have your records in front of me, I'm sure you can see that I've never had any problems, issues with, sales to minors, flights. It's a very problem-free, just a very small, quaint country.
Okay. Donald?
I'm sorry this happened, but I
we got
can't
it.
either.
Donald, we're ready.
So Commissioner Fan on the request for reconsideration.
I'll vote yes on reconsideration.
Commissioner Ford.
I'll do yes on reconsideration as well.
And Chairman Bradley.
I'll reconsider.
This was
He wants us to reconsider the penalty, so.
Reconsider the penalty, okay. Except for the new penalty, or?
Yeah, I'm willing to, we can't eliminate the penalty. That would not be fair to everybody else who's held their feet to the fire for it. I'm willing to reduce it a little bit for your hardship. I'll do like 1,000 if that helps you out, but I can't go any lower than that. Because it wouldn't be fair to everybody else.
Commissioner Fan?
I will go with 1,000.
Chairman Barrow?
1,000. Actually, I would go to 500. He did drive from Syracuse.
I'll go to 500.
Commissioner Fan, 500?
I'll do it as well.
Thank you.
It's not gonna change again, so.
Miles,
Yeah, you'll get a letter. You'll get a letter in the mail.
All right, thank you very much for your time.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks for coming.
So next we have 3063, No Jerk Burgers LLC. We have quite a bit of opposition here.
3063?
3063, No Jerk Burgers LLC.
Donald, can I just have 2 minutes?
Yes, so we're gonna go on a brief recess.
What?
Is there an Andrea Cesar in New York City?
Oh, yeah, it's over there.
You signed in for 3041,
No, that's-
but that was incorrect. Can you go to Jonathan, if he's there, and tell him what matter you're for?
Is the store open? I can go to the store.
Thank you. All right, so we're back on the record after a brief recess. Again, we're on 3063 No Jerkbirds LLC. Come up and introduce yourselves.
No, sorry.
That's okay.
I wish I could say yes, but no.
Good morning, I'm Elizabeth Cottingham,
Anthony Cottingham?
I'm Director of LLC, the Kinderhook Bottle Shop.
Okay, there's some opposition here, so why don't we hear from them?
Okay.
You guys can sit down, we'll call you back up.
And if the opposition could come up or whoever.
Is there anybody here opposing this store? Come on up.
Is it possible for me to sit?
Yes, you can stay right there. Just put your name on the record, please, in the store that you.
Yeah, my name is Karen Kazmar, and my store is CHAFA'S in Chatham. And thank you for the opportunity to speak. So I have a store in Chatham, which is 7 miles from Kinderhook. I have customers from Kinderhook. I was also alerted to this hearing since I wasn't that far away. So I'm here to ask you to refuse to grant a license for another liquor store in our neighborhoods. And I'm making this request primarily because of what happened in Chatham when the board granted a liquor license to a gas station in our village a few years ago, which became the 3rd liquor store in our town. Columbia County is losing population. Every time the new store opens up, it cannibalizes business from the other stores. When the gas station that also sells food and beer applied for their license, the rationale was that customers who buy gas come in for beer, and then they want to know where the wine and liquor is. My store can only sell wine and liquor. When customers come in and ask for beer, I have to send them to the gas station. Those customers who would normally have gone to my store or to the
Ma'am,
other
just,
store.
are you talking like where the old Sharon used to be? Package
Yeah.
store that went in there?
Yeah.
So it's not part of the grocery.
No, but I'm getting to this.
Right. What I'm saying though is that,
Yeah,
just,
I'm talking about, yeah.
there's a package store next to a convenience store.
Yeah, I figured
And
that.
the impact that it had on my business. Anyway, customers who would have normally gone to my store don't have to now. It's all together in one store. They can get their gas, they can get their food, they can get their beer, they can get their wine, and they can get their liquor. I was told at the time this decision was made that it wouldn't really be any competition to me because it was a small store, but it has become so.
I don't know who told you that.
Pardon?
I mean, who told you that it will not be a competition to you?
I believe.
And
it
no one can
was-
really make that statement in the end.
I was told by one of the members.
Okay.
I was right here.
What's the address of that store again?
What's that?
The store that she's talking about, what's the address of that one? Do you have that here?
That's the one that's on the corner.
Yeah, the gas station.
Right, it's,
2A Church Street, Chatham. It's
Right.
the last, they don't have them in order in our thing.
So you're on Main Street.
I'm on Main Street.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Toward, so you're toward the traffic circle?
Pardon?
The little traffic circle.
I'm near the traffic circle.
You're closer to that, right, and then,
I'm across the street from the movie theater.
okay. And then this one is down the road, yeah.
Intersection of 203
And
Yep.
66.
I got it, yep.
So ma'am, I understand what you're saying, I think we all do, but legally, we're required to rule on these things based on public convenience and advantage. Meaning that, will this store be more convenient to the public? Or will it give the public an advantage? And just based on what you said, I'm talking about the store that went in there in 2018, just based on what you said, you've acknowledged that that's the case. We aren't here and aren't supposed to be protective of other liquor stores. Now, we do look at sales, and the reason we look at sales is to see if there's an increase in demand, which would mean that perhaps another store should go in there. But you basically just made that store's case for them that we put in there.
I don't think there's an increase in demand because the population.
Well, that's another issue, I get that,
So I'm
but.
going to go on and talk about that. All right, I know there's been a previous liquor store in Kinderhook Village, but most of the time it was there. There were not 2 other liquor stores in the area. There's one in Galatia and there's one in, also in Kinderhook near the Hanford. The business is not going to come from new customers because the population is declining. Population in the county decreased by 5.7% in the last 10 years, 6.1% in Ghent, Chatham area where my store is, and 4.1% in Kinderhook. Grocery stores have decreased. On major grocery stores, there weren't enough people, but liquor stores have increased. There are 2 additional liquor stores in the county in the last 10 years. And in 2020, there were 2.3 liquor stores in the county for every grocery store. In addition, many more non-liquor stores in the state are permitted to sell New York State farm distillery products, which directly compete with the same items in liquor stores. Now, COVID definitely gave a big boost to liquor stores, but that was a one-year event because sales have really declined greatly and are more in keeping with how they have been. So I don't really see that there's a greater demand. Maybe there's a little convenience because they're there getting gas. But the point I want to make is that we are a regulated business. We cannot sell anything but wine and liquor. We can't distinguish ourselves from one another in many different ways. And I think that because of that regulation, there should be some protection for us such that liquor licenses are not proliferated in the area. I know that your mission is not to protect liquor stores, but in exchange for the regulation, I think there has to be some consideration made in areas like ours where the population is declining. Anyway.
Okay.
That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Who else is here in protest?
My name is Walt Simmons-Meyer, and I own Wild Woods Wine Worker in the village of Galatia, which is right next door to the village.
Village of what?
Galatia.
Galatia, okay.
Okay? My late wife and I opened the store in July 2002. And there was at one point 3 liquor stores in the town of Kinderhook. With a letter on file that I gave you, that's a hearing that was held a few years ago, that Jane, Hester, and Bill Laraway, they closed their store because there wasn't enough business. You know, so they went out of business, and she had a store for years in the town of Kinderhook. And again, I'd like to stress too that the population in the census in the town of Kinderhook went down 4.1%. And to me, you don't like to hear our stories, but.
No, we don't. I don't know what gave you that idea, but we certainly do like to hear your stories.
You know, I applied for a license in 1990, and I was talking with a gentleman from up here at the liquor authority, and he was very nice, very helpful, but we wanted to start our business in the village of Galatia. That's what my wife was brought up and raised. And at that time, we were also on the Galatia Rescue Squad. You know, we were very involved in the community. And but I was told that population-wise, they didn't need another liquor store. So for 10 years over, I waited and waited. Like I said, the guy was very helpful, very nice up here. He said, you'd be at the top of the list because you're, a Vietnam veteran, disabled. He said, but, if you wanted to start some other place, you could get a license. But we didn't want to. We wanted, hometown population. And so that's why we started it there. And I do believe that, the new store, it would take business away from me. And to me, I don't know how much, 10, 20, 30%, I don't know, but I look, how would you like to lose 10, 20, or 30% of your salary, your income? And that's what I look at it, because I probably won't be able to stay in business then. And that's my basis on it.
Okay, thank you.
And we do, my store does supply a lot of New York State, distilleries and wines, and we carry it. A lot of the local distilleries around me, and like Karen said, a lot of the other places, the distilleries carry the same stuff, so there's a lot of competition with the New York stuff, but we still carry it. So, thank you.
All right, thank you. Come on up.
Hi, my name's Ben. I was at the store with the Kinderhook Wine and Spirit. So I don't
Wait,
have much.
who are you? Who do you?
Ben, F-A-N-G, for Kinderhook Wine and Spirit.
Kinderhook Wine, and where are you?
At the plaza with the Hannaford.
How far away?
How far away? Just on the next to
The
the traffic
Relation
circle.
Wine Inc.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I see.
Is there a why didn't you own it?
Yes.
Why didn't you respond to the sales letter?
I never received a letter.
There you
Yeah, and I just found out my parents just called me last night, so I just found out it's a meeting board today, so.
What, do you have any idea what your sales have been for 18, 19, 20?
It does, it climbing, I mean, for the, slowly, I mean, increase, but it's not like a big peak or anything. because-
Even in 20, you didn't get a big bump?
Oh, I do, but I mean, after COVID now, it's just, I can feel it's just start coming down, but it's, COVID, I think at one time, but people all start coming down, but I probably know.
What, say in 2019, what was your sales numbers?
2019, around 19, I forgot, I think what the number. Yeah, around 19 there, maybe, but I didn't pay attention on those numbers, normally I always do.
But are they in the millions or the hundreds of thousands or?
It's $1.9 million, 1.9 or 2, around there, I just forget, I know that.
And then in 2020, they went up pretty heavily and now it's coming back down.
Yeah, it is, but during the COVID, everybody had a big spike.
Right.
After that, then everybody probably handled so hard with all of those, idea, to curbside everything, but everybody tried hard. But after that, and now people start coming down, but so I don't know what's the sale for the next after, nobody know. So I was wondering, see, there's no reason for another liquor store coming to the town. I mean, it's not a big town of Kinderhook, it's just with a 2 store already. I mean, so I'm not here, I didn't do much homework with it, so that's what I.
How big is your store square footage wise?
2,300, around there. I only see at least being 6 here, I didn't pay attention, so I'm not.
No, I got it, but it's about 2,000 plus
Yeah,
square feet,
around that
okay.
range. It's in the plaza, so there's no, can't span it or anything, so that's it.
All right, thank you.
All right,
And
thank
the request for the gross sales was emailed to you.
Huh?
The request for your sales was emailed to you.
Email to me?
Emailed.
I didn't pay attention on the emails.
Well,
I'm
that's
sorry.
why-
Probably that's why then, yeah, okay. All right.
Well, this agency is gonna be contacting people by email pretty regularly going forward, so I suggest that you do start paying attention to your email.
Okay, I will.
Because the only thing you have is your license, and if you lose that for whatever reason,
I see, okay.
it's not a good thing.
I pay attention.
All right, thank
Yeah,
you.
and you really do want to respond to these letters, it's not just it's not optional.
Not a suggestion.
I see, all right, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, folks. No other protests, right? Okay, come on up. So, how knowledgeable are you about the other stores that have come and gone in Kinderhook?
Quite knowledgeable. I've spoken to Bill Laraway at length about the store that he and his wife did own. And he said it was a personal reason that he closed it.
No, where were they? You were like on the northeast edge of town. Where were
It's the Village Square.
Yep.
And we are on one of the edges of the square.
You're right next to the realty company, right?
Exactly.
Yes, correct.
Yep.
It's
the old treasure shop.
Is
If that makes
it a little setback, like a brick, one part looks like a barn kind of roof?
Yeah,
Is that
exactly.
it?
It's in the back of the parking lot, so there's a big parking lot in front of us, and we're tucked to the back.
It's a part of the only entrance to that is on Hudson Street, not on, is it Broadway, the other road?
Broad, it's
Broad.
yeah, it's.
But the only entrance is off of Hudson.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
You folks live in Hoboken, New Jersey, it looks like. Are you moving
No,
permanently?
No, we actually have rented, we own our apartment in Hoboken, we've rented it out, we have a tenant, and we moved to Kinderhook full-time in July. So we have a 3-year lease.
How'd you find Kinderhook? Just vacationing there?
My parents lived in North Chatham for about 20 years, and we've always loved it. And it just seemed during COVID, we wanted a different life.
Is that where you grew up, or? you from?
No, we grew up in Briarcliff. He was the boy next door.
Yeah.
In Briarcliff.
Oh, Brian,
Westchester.
and you work for Opeachy?
I do.
And you're gonna continue doing that?
I'm not, no, I give up my solicitor's permit once the store opens. I have any intention of doing that.
What are you gonna, I see your store's actually a little bit smaller than the surrounding stores. What are you gonna do that, like, what's the focus here?
Focus is going to be drawn on my 25 years of experience in the business as a sommelier working in retail.
Oh, you're a sommelier.
I was an active sommelier. I still am certified, but I was an active sommelier working in restaurants in Manhattan for 12 years.
Stores and,
But that's different than a sommelier. So I'm going to draw on my experience and all the years in the business to develop a curated list of wines for the population there in the surrounding area.
The demographics have changed, for sure, in the area. We've done a lot of market research and asked many residents where they shop, what they like, what they don't like. So we have vetted this properly to make sure this isn't a risk we're taking unnecessarily.
And you're gonna do tastings and things like that as far as the wines go?
We're going to do regular tastings. We're trying to provide experiences for local population and activities for them to come in and learn about wine to make it more accessible.
Because you have an education background.
Yeah.
And I have a marketing background and a social media background from New York City.
But
so-
is there gonna be an internet model here too? Yeah, delivery, that kind of thing?
Yes. We just always thought that this would be the perfect melding of our backgrounds. I also just wanted to say that the town of Kinderhook is actually, I was really surprised to find out it's the most populous of all the municipalities in Columbia County, which really surprised me, even over Hudson. So,
Even more than Chatham?
even more than Chatham, yeah. Kinderhook, the town of Kinderhook is about 8,000, rounding numbers, about 8,000. Hudson is about 6,000, and the town of Chatham, which incorporates all of the other towns, is about 4,000.
Did you guys vacation in this area before? Like, how do
Yeah, we
you
have friends.
know all the
We
local
have a ton of
electeds?
friends. We have a dear family friend who lives in Stuyvesant, right nearby. And my parents were up here, so we really just love the town, and it's going through a revitalization because it's been dormant for quite a long time. And so there's a Michelin star chef restaurant going in to our complex, and some more kind of curated, elevated stores.
Where you are is all walkable, right? They're all,
Yeah, it's a
stores
beautiful
are,
square.
yeah, okay.
But it is the village business district. So there's been a lot of investment to bring it back to what it used to be.
You ready to vote?
Yes.
Commissioner Fan?
Sir, who own Wild Horse,
Yes.
do you know where your 2021 numbers are gonna come in at roughly?
Do I know?
Yeah.
Roughly, they're gonna come in, what, like 2019?
Yeah, it's gonna come in back down.
Yeah.
Okay.
It dropped. You know, 2020 was a good year for me, but it's gonna drop.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah, you were about half.
I really, I want to support you guys. I think you guys are great, and I just don't know if I can really do a store that's a 4-minute drive from another one that it's not showing growth. And as she said, the whole area is not really increasing in population, though I do know that from COVID, there's a boom.
May I say something or is we're not on?
Yeah, go ahead.
My only thought is that, when I've been asking people where they shop, they're not saying these local stores. They're going to Hudson, they're going to the Catskills, they're shopping online, and they're shopping in Albany. They're going to get the products that they want, they're not for sale nearby. So our hope is obviously not to take market share from the stores around us, but to offer different, more, curated with Anthony's background products.
I'm thinking maybe a different location, guys. I'm going to vote to deny.
Commissioner Ford?
You have the support from Senator Daphne Jordan,
Yes.
Assemblyman Jake Ashby, Kinderhook Mayor Dave Leeser, I'm not sure I'm pronouncing his name correctly, and I apologize for that if I butchered it. Former Kinderhook Mayor Carol Weaver, Columbia County Economic Development Corporation, Columbia County Chamber of Commerce, the Kinderhook Business and Professional Association, as well as
That was Bill Laraway, actually, the former licensee.
okay, yeah, as well as several others. And when I look at the map, I study maps for a living. So, when I
thought you were a bass player.
No, I retired from that. Too unpredictable. I thought I'd come here where,
everything's easy.
everything's the same. But anyway, when I look at this and I zoom in on Kinderhook, and I look at all the homes and neighborhoods and stuff like that, I'm just, I guess the village, I'm just, applications like this always surprise me that, that there's not a store there already. So I'm going to vote to approve, like purely, totally, completely on public convenience and advantage for the village of Kinderhook. So I'm voting to approve, which is the exact opposite reason of Commissioner Fan, location, but I'm gonna, location. I'm gonna vote to approve.
Chairman Bradley?
I'm going to vote to approve as well. One, I generally agree with their local electeds, particularly in an area like this, that they know their area better than I do. And I do know this area a little bit. It's in the middle of a village, so like Commissioner Ford said, I can see why there would be one here. It's a walkable village that people, the whole point is to get people to shop in this walkable village. The other aspect of it is the fact that you are a sommelier for 25 years. I think there is certainly a public convenience and advantage to having your experience in a liquor store. So I'm going to vote, and your store is, it's not a significantly large store. So assuming your model is as you say it is, I don't know that you are going to have that big an effect on any of the other ones. The stores that are 5+ miles away, I understand their concern, but that in and of itself to me is less convenient to have to drive 6 miles to a liquor store if there is one closer. Obviously that is convenient, and the store 1.64 miles away, obviously there will be some competition, but like I said, I don't anticipate that you're going to, be crushing their sales numbers, and I think your experience in the wine industry is certainly adding something to the community. Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you so much. All right, so the next matters that are next have to do with New York City locations. I'd like to remind the individuals in New York City that there's now new guidance regarding masks. Please wear them at all times, even when you come up to speak to the chairman. to the commissioners. The next full board dates, so the January 5th, 2022 meeting has been moved to January 4th, 2022 because of the state of the state. After that, it'll be January 19th, 2022. And I also like to remind that there is a 5-minute limit for speaking for applications, for applicants in opposition. We do have people still here in Albany, but we have an interpreter in the New York City office. So we're going to do them first. That will be 3140 CHAFA'S Deli Court.
This microphone?
Yeah.
Good morning, Commissioners. Attorney Gene Anton here, representing the applicant. Ingrid Nunez for CHAFA'S Deli. She's the president. I understand there's some concerns, and she's here to address those.
Do you know the prior owners?
Oh,
No.
well, we have an interpreter.
Right, wait. You have an interpreter?
Yes.
No. And Mr. Anton, I would ask that, next time, don't wait till the afternoon before the meeting to request the interpreter.
I apologize. Yes.
Where's the interpreter?
Right here.
Oh, I see. Okay, so she doesn't know the principle of the prior licensee.
Mr. Anton, please try to refrain from moving your papers around, because the mic's right there.
Did you hear the question? You don't know the prior licensee?
No conoce la licencia anterior.
No.
No.
Do you know his name?
¿Usted sabe el nombre?
No.
No.
Are you aware he has the same last name you do?
Usted sabe que tiene el mismo apellido que usted.
No lo sabía.
No, I don't know that.
Okay.
If I may, I'd just like to point out that Mrs. Nunez, as you know, owns another location. And yes, there was a violation, I think, over 3 years ago. But she's running a really, really good operation, and she has had no violations since that time.
Has she had any inspections since that time?
Ya tiene una inspección desde ese entonces.
Sí.
Yes.
So there's no more drugs or untaxed cigarettes or anything?
Dice que no hay más droga ni No.
No.
Oh,
Why are they laughing?
yeah, I don't find it funny.
Well, I apologize. I didn't mean to come across that way, but
Well, that's what she was charged with and paid a fine for. Selling drugs, untaxed cigarettes, as well as selling liquor that she wasn't licensed to sell.
that's correct. And it was some people that she had in the establishment. She got rid of them. And as I previously mentioned, there have been no violations for at least 3 years since those violations.
Does she manage that other store?
Sí.
Yes.
Who's going to manage this store?
¿Quién va a manejar esta tienda?
I have employer.
An employer?
Employer or employee?
Employee.
Speak in Spanish. Speak in Spanish, and he'll interpret.
Pienso manejar los dos negocios.
I think I'm planning to manage both business stores.
You ready to vote?
Yeah.
Commissioner Finn?
All right, I'll vote to approve.
Commissioner Ford?
I'm going to vote to approve as well, but on a short leash, if you could make that clear to her. If that kind of activity occurs again, I'll be the first one. Okay. I will be the first one to yank her license.
Understood. You understand that?
I understand, my owner.
And Chairman Bradley?
I'll vote to approve as well. I mean, and to back up Commissioner Ford's point, there have been 7 licenses here in 20 years. 2 of those, which tells you, one, it's not successful, but also 2 of those have been canceled by us. So if any of the activity that she's done before occurs at this place, she could leave both places. But I'll vote to approve.
Pero voy a votar de todas maneras para aprobar. You understand that, right? You have to remember.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank
I think we have another case with a Spanish interpreter.
Yeah, we've got it.
Yep, we
Okay,
do. We do
thank
have
you.
another with the interpreter. That's 3137 HLS Restaurant E.
Yeah. Good morning again, Commissioners. Gene Anton, representing the applicant, HLS Restaurant Inc. We have Ms. Sandra Cruz, the president over here. I understand that we're here hopefully to provide much needed clarification on the method of operation, how it's serving the public interest. We know there was a couple of findings from the judge with respect to the 500-foot hearing. I'd like to quickly address some of those concerns, if I may.
Who's also with you, by the way? You said you have the principal and the interpreter. Who else is with you?
This is Eddie Estrella. He's the, I think he's their accountant. I think he's here to provide some support for her.
Go ahead.
Okay. So want to start off with that the community board actually approved this applicant and supports the applicant, and we also have support from the local councilman. I believe there was an issue with some unsigned stipulations, but obviously with the community board, we can provide the fully signed stipulations. We can amend the establishment questionnaire to conform with the CO. As you know, the
Why haven't you submitted the fully signed stipulation?
Do you do this for a living?
Me?
Yeah.
Yes, I do. You know that,
Why
Commissioner. But
this is, and it's not just you. This is happening regularly among the group of people that represent clients like this.
right, I understand that. I was just brought onto this case, Your Honor. I mean, Commissioner.
Then send this message to whoever did it. There is no reason that this information should not be provided at the 500-foot hearing. There's no reason that when you find out that it wasn't provided at the 500-foot hearing, that it doesn't get immediately submitted for the application. Telling us at a hearing that you're going to submit this is not helpful to us. It really gives us no information. It basically says, hey, you gotta wait. Right now we should be adjourning this and not wasting everybody else's time who's sitting here who did the right thing.
I don't necessarily disagree with you on that. We are here right now, though. The reason we're here is, and I'm here, is so I can address the issues that have come up, and which will be rectified.
By addressing them verbally, you're doing nothing. When there's signed stipulations that the community board has agreed to with you, and we don't have signed copies of that, you telling me you have one in your file in your office is useless. We need the signed stipulations.
Actually, I didn't say that I had it. I said that we're going to obtain it and provide it. But I understand.
Wait,
I understand.
Are you saying there's no signed stipulation yet?
That's not what I'm saying. I have not spoken to the community board director to say we have fully executed copy of the stipulation. I don't know that. So if I may suggest that we adjourn this matter so I can get all the documents that you require to make a full decision on this matter.
Let me just say something.
You do have it? I'm sorry, Mr. Estrella is actually saying that the stipulations have been provided.
To whom?
To the community board, to Mr. Caruso.
No, that's not what he's asking. He's asking if the authority has a copy of the stipulation.
This is my suggestion, sir. We have an inordinate amount of cases today. It takes each one of us several days to go through all this material to be prepared for this hearing. So I, for one, don't like stuff being sprung on me like here that should have been in the package that I could have thoroughly gone through and be able to ask you questions or be satisfied and not have any. So I'm going to ask that this be put over as well, to do you a favor to finish the record officially before us. But I'm just saying this to you, and I'm saying it to everybody else. When you guys do stuff like this, or when on a Friday, Saturday afternoon, you send us a 50-page supplemental with stuff that should have been there already, I, for one, do not appreciate it. It's not fair to everybody else's time, all of us. So I'm going to put this over to, what's the next day?
The 4th, January 4th.
Yeah.
Commissioner Ford,
Yes.
clarification. You said you were going to be amending something? What are you going to be amending?
Well, I understand that there might be some issues with the method of operation as far as the certificate of occupancy, which says 77 occupants are allowed, but we need to clarify the number of employees are at any given day. There are not going to be 12 employees on any given day. There are only going to be 6 employees. This way, it's always complying with the certificate of occupancy. So that's one of I think that's one of the issues that the judge had found. There was a discrepancy, as well as the clarifying the live music aspect of it. It's going to be a single person acoustic guitar. That was never clarified. So the assumption was that it was going to be a band. And again, I apologize. I was not part of the.
You're not adding anything, right? Because if they're adding anything, they have
All
to
right,
go back.
why don't you meet with your client? Because we're not here to help you make a decision of how you're gonna operate. You guys need to figure out how you're actually gonna operate and come back and tell us. No disrespect to the community board, but I don't think you're getting anything from them in the next 2 weeks. So I would go to January 19th.
I would appreciate that too. Thank you.
Hold on 1 second.
Yes.
Okay, with that, and if the interpreter could please let the principal know that it's being held every 19th.
And everything to be submitted in advance of the next meeting.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, my So we're returning here to the matters that are in Albany office, but for New York City. That's 3121 HILLFIGGAZ Inc. It's a request for reconsideration.
Good morning, board members. My name is Jason Ellison. I'm here for HILLFIGGAZ Incorporated, doing business as the Hill Wine and Liquor. First off, thank you for the second opportunity. I updated the open concept diagram as requested. The 4 nearest stores are bulletproof. I provided pictures of new developments in the community to show the neighborhood has grown. I shared an inventory of non-commercial limited brands the 4 nearest stores do not offer. I provided support letters, and I also reached out to roughly 650 people in my personal network in the community and requested their support to extend to the support for my application within their network. I will roughly have 70% wine, 30% spirits. I will offer public tastings, merchandise, discounts on promotions, limited commercial brands, large options of craft wine and spirits, large selection of New York State and locally distilled brands, revolving display of minority-owned brands. I will offer home delivery and hopefully partner with delivery vendors like Minibar and Grizzly, offer free wine education and training, and hire within the community. And thank you for reconsidering my application.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
We have a letter from Mayor-elect Adams in support of your request that says that, at least this is what it says in the letter, that you were denied a liquor license based on a technicality. So, do you know what technicality Mayor-elect Adams is referring to? Did you tell him it was a technicality?
Well, it was me making the error of not updating the document. Sorry.
Did you tell Mayor-elect Adams that there were concerns from the board about where you lived and whether you'd be able to supervise a store that was not going to have bulletproof protection when you wrote the letter a few months earlier saying that you were going to have a bulletproof store, and maybe years from now you were going to do that? You were going to make it not bulletproof? That didn't come up?
Council, I worked with a third party, and no, I did not share those things. And also, basically, yeah, it was just really about just me explaining to the third party that, I made the mistake of not updating the diagram.
Who was the third party?
Who's the third party?
The pastor, that I know.
I see.
Who are all these names in the supplementals?
So basically,
is this a computer generated?
Yeah, so basically it's literally through just my Google network, right? So you hire independent marketers. So I personally have 600, friends and family and people.
So they all signed on to support your liquor store?
Yeah, so I pretty much just reached out to their network and kept it going. It's tough to do things.
But what relation do they have to the neighborhood?
Over 600, probably close to 1,000 live within the community. I'm from
These
here.
people on this list live in the area.
Yeah, they're in the area. It was tough to go, hand in hand, especially in this weather, this condition, this environment. So I explored opportunities and reached out to a few, people who are doing things more, virtually now. And they basically solicited my network initially, and I provided basically an export from my Gmail contacts and sent it. And they said things like, hey, Jason Ellison, you probably know him, we've done work with him, et cetera, et cetera. I have good credit spiritually with people. So they were very receptive.
I think there's opposition in New York, so the first question obviously is.
Oh, the recon, right, yeah.
You guys ready for the request for reconsideration?
I vote yes.
Chairman?
I'll vote yes as well.
Commissioner Ford?
I'll vote for reconsideration, yes.
All right, so we need to hear from the opposition now.
Is there opposition?
Is there opposition to this in New York?
I don't believe we ever had anyone
They
sign
wrote a
in for
letter
this.
last time.
They wrote the letter.
We never had any appearances.
Oh, okay, then go ahead.
That's it.
No, I mean, we gotta vote again.
I'm sorry.
Is there anything you want to add? You seem to have added everything.
No, thank you guys so much for your time.
All right, Commissioner Fan for the application.
Since it's gonna be open concept, I'll vote to approve.
Before you vote, I do want to ask you, I mean, you had, I'm trying to look this up, but you previously owned a liquor store, right?
Atlantic Cellars. I bought it 9/11/2011.
And you sold it?
Yeah.
When?
Some years ago. I want to say 2017.
So, I voted for this last time, I'm gonna vote for it again. My concern is though, and I'm gonna tell you now, because of your presentation,
Yes.
you've made it clear that I'm in part of this community, I'm gonna be in this community. You have clearly indicated to us that you have no intention of selling this store. I mostly believe you, but if I find out I'm wrong, and that you made all of this community stuff up, and then all of a sudden 2 years down the line, the store gets sold, you're never gonna get another liquor store where I'm sitting here.
Chairman Bradley, I'm talking about legacy.
Well, I know, but last one you applied for was in my hometown.
Yes.
Now we're back in Brooklyn. So you can see why I would be a little skeptical.
Yeah, I saw the opportunity with the new building, I just went for it.
Okay.
It was a new.
All right, so I'm voting to approve as well.
Commissioner Ford.
And you are allowed to buy and sell liquor stores, but you should be coming in and telling us that that's what you're gonna do.
I'm not bamboozling or hoodwinking you guys. I'm standing by my word. I don't want a bad rep forward.
Well, you already got it.
Yeah, we got it. For the record.
Protest vote?
I don't need a
Commissioner
bad
Ford?
guy to protest. No, actually, I had decided to vote to approve based on your change in concept and the fact that you have a somewhat of a letter of support from Mayor-elect Eric Adams, who I think is a good man, and I'm going to support his support of you. So I vote to approve as well.
All right.
Good luck.
Thank you all.
Good luck.
Good luck.
Next is 3077, that's Dev 158. I believe There's people in New York City for that as well.
Sorry, I was making notes to myself. Which one is that down again?
3077.
3077.
Yep. Yes, sir.
Is Dev 150?
The space mask makes it hard for you to hear.
It's not a case, it's a calendar, 3077.
Is that Dev 150?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Timothy Allenwick for the licensee. With me is the owner here.
And are you in opposition, Mr. Springer?
Yes, ma'am.
So this is a liquor store application.
I'm going to hear from the opposition first.
First, sure.
Good afternoon, John Springer for the second and third closest store, G&G Wine and Liquors and LUXOR.
Mr. Springer, can you move on for a second, please? Mr. Allenworth, can you stop moving the papers around so we can hear Mr. Springer? Thank you.
The four closest stores, you have my submission, the four closest stores are all within 3/4 of a mile, and offer more than 10,000 square feet of liquor, wine, and spirits. 4 stores within 3/4 of a mile in Queens is usually considered a lot. I would point out that you recently denied my client's liquor store in Bayside. The nearest store was a mile away, and it was only one store within a mile. It was exactly a mile away. We have 11 stores within 5 miles of the applicant. The closest store in the same street, Hankham, is a 7,000 square foot store. I think it's 6,000 square feet of retail. It's 3 blocks away. I submitted the photos.
I apologize.
All right, Mr. Allenwick.
Take the papers and put them on the table next to you, please.
And please hit, every time you move papers, there's a microphone right there. We're getting every movement of the paper to the extent we cannot hear who's talking here.
I feel like I'm barely moving. I'll just walk away from it.
That's not you, it's the papers when you pick them up. Every time you pick them up.
Put my hands up.
The papers on the desk.
That's good, keep them up. All right, go ahead.
I don't know how I can get through this, but okay.
There's a very large store just 3 blocks away on the same street. The gross sales of the closest stores are relatively stagnant due to the pandemic. Just while I was sitting here, I looked up some media articles. I found one in the patch from 2019 that said Queens was losing more residents pre-pandemic more than any other borough in the city. And you obviously take judicial notice of what's happening because of the coronavirus. I wasn't aware that Commissioner Ford reads maps for a living. I submitted some maps. I hope you have a chance to see them.
Can I do what for a living? Oh, maps.
Do you analyze maps?
Yes.
I provided a map that shows this area where the applicant is near the highways. The highway goes like this, and it's sort of put into chunks. You can see the grocery stores and the applicant. There's not much. There really isn't much reason for people who are on this side of the highway to go up to that new store. You got the racetrack behind it and the railroad. You got a ball field directly across the street. And the other graphic I made shows you the zones. I made, using the highways and the natural boundaries, I came up with 5 zones, and they all have at least 2 stores that overlap. So nobody's got a monopoly on this area. It's not like, you know, there is significant competition in each of the zones already. I also, that shows the stores and the vacant lands and the highways and all the undevelopable and not developable areas. Lastly, the applicant owns at least 7 grocery stores with beer licenses. There's 2 pending. He does have some sales to minors. He said he's going to run this store with 2 employees. He begs the question, who's going to run the other stores? He's already having problems with sales to minors. After the deadline Friday, I became aware, I only looked at 1 store. The grocery store that's in the same plaza where he plans this liquor store. It's 2 doors down. It's store number 1. The liquor store would be store number 3. We took pictures. I provided them after hours, admittedly. Counsel's office, to Secretary's office and enforcement. It's not a grocery store. This is a smoke shop. It's not on fire. It's got one small shelf. You want to see the pictures? Yeah, it's up to you. We took pictures.
What's the address of that?
The evidence?
Address.
Oh, it's 10519 Crosby Boulevard, store number 1.
Okay, thank you.
You know, you're right, Mr. Springer. They do have quite a few licenses going back to like 2014. But as far as adverse history, they had a sales minor back in 2017 and one even further back that in 2015. Not to diminish the seriousness of sales to minors. However, let me finish. Not to diminish the sales to minors, I mean, but to have that many licensees and only have 2 violations, albeit sales to minor, I don't think that's like an incredibly remarkable adverse history.
That's fair.
Okay?
That's fair. And I don't even think that's necessarily a big deal, and I didn't want to make a big deal about it.
All right.
Because of the saturation. And to be consistent with your other liquor store denials recently in Queens. Found one in Bayside, which I didn't think was saturated. You disagree with me. But I think you've given you a substantial record that there's a lot of stores in this area. Also,
You've got like 30 seconds.
Lindenwood Country is not one of the 4 closest, but it's very close to G&G. Recently, they tried 150 square feet, and you turned that down.
Where was that? How far away was that?
It's one of the 11 closest stores. I think it's.
So it's under a mile.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, and you can see it. You can see it in the map. It's right here.
Okay. Thank you.
Before we go forward, you want to have Jonathan try to move the
Could I go through some of my papers to take something out?
Yeah, now you can, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know whether it's worth doing now or later.
John,
problem.
can you mute?
Move that microphone.
What'd you say?
We need to move the microphone.
Yeah.
We have this problem all the time.
Jonathan, we're going to ask you to mute the line until the people in New York are ready to speak.
No problem.
All right, well, they're ready now.
The opposition?
So is there any opposition there?
Yeah. Is there more opposition in New York?
No.
No.
All right, so you're up.
Okay, so I believe this area isn't saturated. The closest store is a very large store that did 3.5 million in 2017, and then it went down slightly, and then in 2019 it did 3.2, went up to 3.3, and for some reason now in 21 the numbers were way off. I would submit that has to be some kind of aberration because the other stores are up during this period. Zhang's, which put in a letter in opposition, is 3/4 of a mile away. They went up in 17, 18, 19, and in 20 to 21 they went from 600,000 to over, they should be over 800,000 now. And the year before they went up 324,000 to 612,000. The second closest store, G&G Wines, in 17 did 1.1 million, 18 1.1, and then had a 30% increase to 1.4, and then a 50% increase in 2020. Obviously impacted by COVID, but they're on track to do 2.1 again. So I think it's not saturated the area. I think this store would serve public convenience and advantage, and I think his track record as a license holder of the grocery licenses, I think it shows that he's taken it very seriously to have like 14 licenses and only have 2, the 2 sale to minors, 1 in 17 and I think 1 in 2015. This store would be in a strip shopping mall with 12 other stores or 11 other stores, 25 parking spaces, and a block away from the Belt Parkway. The largest store, Liquor Town, they have their own parking. They're 3 large avenues away at 1/4 of a mile away. but I think that store has, has these very healthy sales, over 3 million every year. So I think public convenience and advantage will be served here.
Is Liquortown, Hakeem, is that,
Yes, yes. That's Hakeem. Their letter says Liquortown.
okay.
What, he's got 17 grocery stores?
I have 14. That's
All right.
17.
Why don't we ask him?
Yeah, he says 17.
And are they all grocery stores?
Yes,
What about the smoke shop that he pointed out? What's in there?
it's combined with the grocery and convenience.
What do you mean combined?
So it says a grocery, convenience, and a smoke shops. It's combined.
And you sell liquor in there?
No,
Beer?
beer, yes.
And you sell, is there a deli in there?
No,
Any food?
no.
So what's grocery about it?
Grocery, all kind of American groceries.
Like what? You just said you don't sell any food.
You sell chips?
Yes.
I think he means hot food. I think he thought that you mean like cooked food.
No, I didn't.
I think they mean, I think
What
he
type
does
of
sell
food?
like
What type of
snacks.
food?
And,
List the groceries you have.
like you sell potato chips and chocolate and gum like that, right?
No, many other items.
Like
List, list the other items.
All the groceries, like, I'll send the pictures.
Just tell them. Ask them now.
When you can't answer a question like that, it leads me to believe that you don't want to lie to me.
That's
Have you
interesting.
been to that store?
You can't name a list of things that you sell in that store that is not beer and not related
Yeah,
to smoking.
we sell chips, candies, groceries, all kind of.
Name the groceries. What groceries
Do you have
sell?
soda? You have soda?
Soda, yeah.
He has soda.
Soda, and
They're waiting for your list items.
This is the only thing that could be considered under the stipulation. Everything else is smoke related.
Showing pictures.
You know he went in and took pictures of your store?
No, we're unaware of
Mr.
that.
Springer probably been there more than you have.
He's also proposing to self-manage the store, the liquor store. While he has 17.
Who runs all these businesses for you?
Explain how you run the businesses.
I run myself and with the employees.
Buddy, you're sitting here lying to us. There's pictures all over this store, and there's not groceries in this store. There's glass pipes. There's hookah pipes. I
Should
can
be-
see them. There's bongs.
The groceries in the back.
What, in your storage area? You got incense.
Look,
Like we don't ask a lot, but we do ask you to come up and tell the truth.
The groceries should be in the back.
So I mean, this is something I can't really address. I haven't been there. It's not part of the papers. I understand.
Well, I mean,
this is something that
whether,
should be.
whether you address it or not, there's pictures, and the grocery store is supposed to be 50% groceries.
I understand it's a problem.
He looks like
but
he's 75% pop pipes.
All right, so, I would suggest we will immediately correct that, but look at this case, the liquor store, on the merits of the liquor store, and it's meeting public convenience and advantage. I don't think this man has been a bad operator, so he made a mistake on the bona fide aspect of the store, but he's had licenses, the liquor authority. When was your first license?
Ask him how many smoke shops he has.
Only one. Only one. This is the one.
If you look at the DBAs on the other licenses, many of them have smoke shop in the DBAs.
That's the DBA only.
Okay, well,
All right. Mr. Springer,
We're different stores.
that's the same store.
Sorry?
This is the same store, right?
We only went to one store, it's in the same plaza. We didn't even go to any other store.
Okay.
That's in the same plaza as the liquor store?
Yep.
That's in the same plaza as the proposed liquor store?
All right, thank you.
I mean, I don't think it's relevant to the liquor store.
No, but what is,
No.
not- it might not
So-
be relevant to the liquor store, but what it is relevant to is one, can we trust a word he says? Two,
I understand that.
two, is he operating the stores he has now as he's supposed to be operating? And while we have a couple sales to minor, before today, I would say yes. Now, it's clear to me that I have to question that because he just lied to me for 5 minutes about what this store has in it when we have pictures.
I'm not even sure if he was clear on which store we were talking about because we
It
don't have
doesn't
anything
matter,
on
it's
it.
his. It doesn't matter, it's his.
But he's
He
had
should have
17
clarified
stores.
before.
He just told me he doesn't have any other smoke shops, so this is the only smoke shop. And I find that hard to believe too. And now we're gonna be checking all of them.
Okay.
And with that, I vote to deny.
I vote to deny as well.
I vote to deny as well. I'll propose.
Thank you.
Next is 3040 out at the moon.
Sorry.
We're gonna go in a brief recess.
criminal court when you had a trial and all of a sudden
Jonathan?
the jury's coming in. Your Honor, I don't speak English.
Jonathan? We're not calling any items yet. You can sit back down, please. Jonathan, if you could let me know if the interpreter is still present. Don't forget the line's muted, please.
Jonathan went to the bathroom and no, the interpreter left.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
So we're back on the record after a brief recess. Next item is 3040 Howl at the Moon Restaurant Corp.
Good afternoon. Robert Romano. I'm here with Elizabeth Kazi, who is the sole owner, principal of Howl at the Moon Restaurant Corp. This is a request for reconsideration. Apparently, back in December 4th of 2019, this board accepted a plea offer of $5,000, which dealt with not having, one of the items was not having licensed security or security in their method of operation. We had 2 weeks after that, we vowed with that CNC acceptance to file the method of operation change indicating security. 2 weeks subsequent to that, we did file on December 18, 2019 with the community board, and I have submitted that documentation to this board. And then in February 9th of 2020, I had indicated to Ms. Kashtazi to file the method of operation, which we had prepared back in December. She recalls mailing it, but however, whatever happened, the board, it either did not get there or she did not send it. I don't know, but COVID had hit a month later. Everything was in disarray back in, and then in June, she filed for a renewal. The renewal license, a new license came back on the license. It
Okay,
said,
I understand, just because we have a super long day today, so I'm gonna accept 4,000 and require that you file the application for change in method of operation.
That has already been done, and this morning at 7 o'clock, I got the application receipt for that. So,
great.
Thank you.
Of course, you granted reconsideration.
I will grant reconsideration. I'm at 4,000.
Can I just say for the record that I noted that there was an application filed for this premises by your client's daughter, who wrote in that application, "The current owner is my mother, she is leaving the business to me," end quote. And then that wasn't mentioned, and based on a concern I had about whether there might be an availing going on here, I asked Mr. Romano to bring his client in.
And
that's her mom, right? She's the daughter.
No, this is the mother.
She's the mother?
Yes, and she's very pleased you felt that way. Yes, this is Elizabeth. She's the mother.
All right, I'll accept the 4,000 in the filing of the application, or the change in method of operation as well, and reconsideration.
Commissioner Ford.
Ditto, same here, same here.
That's it. Okay, I'll be right there.
Thank you. So
Once
next is
again,
3118.
why did he file the application today?
3118, Peace Castle Court.
Robert Romano, on behalf of Peace Castle Corp., I submitted a CNC for $7,500.
Okay.
3118. I'll accept 7,500.
Metro Ford.
I'll accept.
Accept.
Thank you.
Next is 3129, St. Lawrence Spirits LLC.
Robert Romano, again, a conditional no contest offer of $1,500.
I'll accept 1,500.
Mr. Ford.
Accept 1,500.
Accept.
Thank you, everybody. Have a happy holiday.
You too, Robert.
Next is, I have 3159 and 3160. It's AVANT GARDNER LLC. I have a note here that an adjournment was requested for the first meeting. Is that correct?
Not by me. Did you adjourn?
Not by us either.
Sorry, that is a note for a different one that was attached to this. I'm sorry. The no adjournment.
Okay.
What number? Sorry, what number?
It is 3159 and 3160.
Oh.
Last one.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Andrea Caruso, Abram Fensterman for the licensee, Avant Gardner.
Martin Gleason for the independent monitor, T&M USA LLC.
Ed Cannon, Independent Monitor, T&M USA.
So why is this here?
This is Mr. Meyerhoff's request for reconsideration relating to Avant Gardner's choice of T&M as an independent monitor as per the CNC from last year. We're opposing that, obviously.
Well, so I'm not following your opposition. So before you answer me, let me ask you if these facts are actually true. That Mr. Gleason and T&M USA worked for Avant Gardner in helping them set up their security procedure at Avant Gardner, at least in the previous history.
I'm Mr. Gleason, Mr. Chairman. Just no, I did not assist Avant Gardner in any way in 2017. I joined T&M last year. T&M provided services to the Avant Gardner prior to their gaining their license in 2017, and has had no relationship with Avant Gardner in over almost 4.5 years.
So, so hold on a second.
Mr. Cannon, that was it.
I'm sorry, Mr. Cannon. So T&M got paid by Avant Gardner since Avant Gardner's been licensed to provide security services of some type, either advice or consultation or something.
I think it was prior to license, just prior to licensing, correct, Mr. Cannon?
It's back in 2016, 2017, correct?
Yes.
Correct.
But you were paid, I'm assuming, a significant amount of money in order to provide the services related to security.
We were engaged to provide a plan, a security plan, and that's it.
Okay, and these charges that this settlement are part of, correct me if I'm wrong, counsel, are related to security at Avant Gardner.
Well, yes.
So now you want to hire as the independent monitor that is supposed to monitor the security at Avant Gardner, the firm that actually helped you set up your security plan?
So we were provided a list by Ms. Marcico of list of approved monitors by the SLA in May of this year. We choose, T&M was listed on that list. Mr. Meyerhoff, in his request and in the email which I responded to, so I'm not going to go through each and every point because I know you have that email, but We chose from the list. We had no relationship with TNM at that time. We actually had terminated them in 2017.
Well, Council, let me ask you this. So that in your mind, the fact that you paid, because the deal was to hire an independent monitor. The list that you were given was a list of monitors that would be satisfactory to us. No one told you from here, at least as far as I know, that these monitors were all independent of AVANT GARDNER. Am I correct in saying that?
That was, the understanding was these were pre-approved for AVANT GARDNER. Whether that was
did we tell them that these were independent of AVANT GARDNER?
No.
We said these were the list of companies that would be acceptable to us.
It's not, I don't think the facts here are in dispute.
Well, it is, I mean, I think the definition of independent is in dispute.
Well, the list that we provided did not say they were independent. We couldn't know who was independent of AVANT GARDNER when we sent the list. We don't have access to their business records. Is it true that if we had gone back and looked at the video or the reports of what had been written back in 2017, we would have seen TNM and maybe removed them from the list? I suppose. But there may be others that needed to be removed from the list as well, and there would be no way for us to know which one was independent and which one wasn't. And frankly, I'm surprised that Ms. Caruso is representing that TNM only worked for them before they were licensed, because at the licensing hearing, Chairman Bradley directly asked TNM whether they were going to stay involved, and they described a long list of things that they were going to do to stay involved, and they represented that AVANT GARDNER had committed to keep them involved. And now, for the first time, when this kerfuffle has arisen, we learned that they were terminated immediately and have not been working with them all this time. So it actually leads me to wonder whether or not those representations that were made at the meeting back in 2017 were honest and accurate. I mean, what happened between that meeting and the termination that caused AVANT GARDNER to change its mind?
I don't even care. I'm wondering how she's defining this as independent.
Well, I don't think because you've paid someone in the past that makes them not independent or biased. You're assuming that this company has any allegiance to us, which they don't. I mean, even in the case of...
Well, let's look at the list. How many of the other companies on the list have you worked with? There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 that we provided to you. Do you have an existing relationship or previously existing relationship with any of the other 6 companies?
I honestly don't know the answer to that.
So I guess it's safe to say that none of the other companies were even called in relation to this issue.
I don't know the answer to that.
Well,
how about...
Yeah, okay.
Oh, go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
So,
I think we're all...
I think we understand exactly what happened here. And perhaps we should have said, did you have a relationship with any of these companies? But generally, when I'm dealing with attorneys on something, and they understand what the word independent means,
yes.
I think that this would have been brought to somebody's attention a lot sooner than today. And I can't imagine, and I used to work with monitors on a regular basis when I was in the district attorney, when I was an assistant district attorney, and I have never had somebody try to pull this stuff.
Mr. Chair, I think what I'd like to say on behalf of TNM, we felt there was no reason to disclose anything because we knew that our participation in 2017 with the security plan was a matter of record. We thought, I think rightly so, that one of the reasons we made the list of candidates is because of our prior experience, which ended in 2017. We have a familiarity with this licensee. We developed a plan, and then in July of 2017...
Yeah, I think that the problem is not TNM right now. I don't think you need to defend because honestly, like, you're not going to turn down business, and like you said, prior knowledge is perhaps helpful.
But I would like to ask you one question, and I'm familiar with your company from afar. How many independent monitorships have you been hired on that you actually service the client privately beforehand?
I would have to look into our records to determine. Like I said, I joined the company early last year.
Can you do that for me and come back? Because I'm going to guess it's 0.
I could do that, Mr. Chair, but I want to make clear that we feel we could still be independent. Having done work...
independence is not only reality, it's also perception. And the perception here, when you've been paid a significant amount of money by the person that you're supposed to be monitoring beforehand, particularly about the exact same issue that we want you to monitor, is very difficult to believe. Now, I'm not accusing you of anything, and as Commissioner Pham pointed out, I believe that that's what you foresaw when you thought your name was on the list. But I can also assume that your company has been hired as an independent monitor before and was never retained by the subject of that monitorship on a previous occasion. Certainly not within the last 3 years.
Well, I could think of one. I don't think that we should probably say that relationship right now. I could think of one that I need to explore. But I do know that we have had relationships with clients both independently and then as a monitor.
And then you guys, you assigned the same guy to it.
Yes, well, you know, we think that Mr. Cannon, again, his experience is vital. It's very important. He had experience with this licensee way back when. He knows the background and so forth. We thought that was important. Do
you know some of the problems that we think have been happening? Well, we never met with you, so I'm not going to get into it. I can't even talk to Mr. Cannon because I actually believed he was part of the problem 3 years ago.
Can I ask for the date that T&M was terminated from its services with AVANT?
Do you know the exact date?
I know the approximate date.
Sure, go ahead. Mr. Cannon will address that.
So we finished providing services after we delivered an approximately 58-page security manual to AVANT GARDNER in mid to late July of 2017. We had begun to assist in the implementation of the security plan, but it became apparent to us that AVANT GARDNER was moving in a different direction when they didn't execute agreements we had forwarded to them for the implementation of the plan and told us to stop doing candidate searches for security directors. And frankly, we ended disappointed because, as was previously mentioned, we had spoken about that AVANT GARDNER had given us a commitment to keep us on board. They made a business decision, which we had no part of, but the fact of the matter is, as Mr. Gleason has stated to you, that was 4.5 years ago, and you know, we do our business based on our reputation and our level of integrity that we maintain. And because we had a relationship which frankly didn't end in an ideal fashion, because we had a relationship, there seems to be an assumption, which I strongly disagree with, that myself, Mr. Gleason, other members of T&M would be biased or impartial or not do the job that we're being asked to do. That's not who we are. It's not the way we operate. We call them as we see them.
With due respect, sir, no one's suggesting that we have an expectation that you're going to be biased. The question is whether or not hiring somebody that had previously worked for the company in a security capacity is what the board understood when it made independent monitor a condition. Do you know, so the date of your termination was sometime in the summer of 2017? Do you recall how long it was after the board meeting where the application was approved?
Well, it was in July of 17. The date that the application was approved is unknown to me at this time.
Okay, thank you.
How would you guys like to vote?
I don't know, because
What are we voting on?
I think I'd like to put this over to find out who else they've interviewed, which
Yeah.
would really completely solve this question if they called no one else.
Or have no relationship with any other 6.
The problem is they're open. The whole idea of them being open was that we would have a monitor for the first year they were open. I have no idea how long they were open before they even retained them. No one advised me when they opened.
Are you monitoring now?
Well, we started.
They don't know what they're supposed to be doing.
I'm just.
We started that process as we informed Mr. Meyerhoff, but we're on a pause now. Obviously, we want this resolved before we start proceeding again, but we're right now on a pause.
The email I received didn't say that you were already monitoring the location. It said that you had gotten up to speed, and that you now, after being up to speed and already retained, wanted to meet with me to discuss the parameters of the monitoring. So I don't know what monitoring, I mean, it's possible that you were monitoring, you're supposed to be monitoring to report to us. We haven't received any reports from you, other than a request to have this meeting.
Nor have we suggested what we want them to look at.
Correct.
I've been trying to get a meeting with Mr. Meyerhoff for that very purpose. But we did need to review. We did need to review just to get a background of what the issues were and so forth, and that's what we did. And we met with the licensee for that purpose. And then, having completed that, we wanted to meet with Mr. Meyerhoff to get his perspective, to understand what he was looking for, and to let him know that we're reporting to him and to the authority. And we have paused now until this matter has been resolved, one way or the other.
And we did make an interim proposal. I don't know if that made it to you, but the interim proposal was they had a contract for 3 months thus far. They stay on for 3 months, report back. The board can make a determination if their monitoring is what the board is looking for. Presumably, they would have to get that direction from Mr. Meyerhoff initially to start, and then it could be reassessed in 3 months to evaluate whether you're content with that or not, which would only prove their independence, really.
You can't prove, see, the problem here is, as Mr. Meyerhoff pointed out, half of independence is perception. And is the public going to perceive this company is independent? Absolutely not. I mean, so we're not accusing them of doing anything. It's the fact of what it also looks like.
Well, perception and reality, I think we have to segregate those into appropriate. But the reality.
Well, in these days, perception is reality.
We understand optics, but here the reality is that TNM is completely independent. If you don't have a relationship for 4.5 years, and we have to make it clear, at least for the record, TNM has never been on the payroll list.
It goes back to what Commissioner Fan, in my mind, was saying. Yeah, you don't have a relationship for 4.5 years, but I'm going to bet my bottom dollar that the other 6 firms that are here, they have 0 relationship with. None. And the problem I'm going to have, and I'm going to ask the attorney to report back to me, is that I guarantee you none of these firms were called. And I'm going to call them myself to find out.
I don't know, but I will find out.
She can check as well, but I'm going to guarantee none of the other firms were called, which means they went to you directly, immediately. And why would they go to you? Because you weren't the cheapest firm on that list, because I made sure that the people that were on that list were a variety of costs, so that I was not hammering AVANT GARDNER with the cost of this monitorship, and they could pick and choose. Well, they clearly didn't. They just picked. There was no choosing going on. But I don't know what you want to do. No, I want to get it over with. And if they disagree with it, then that's a violation of the plea deal, and they go to alternative penalty.
So it would be a vote to reject the.
No, or that they've offered a resolution that could be modified. I'm going to let them.
Yeah,
go first.
so Mr. Cannon and Mr. Gleason, I really appreciate that you showed up today and that you're explaining how you understand the situation and how you're going to do this work moving forward. Just so you know, for this purpose, as you know, the client is paying you, but you're working for us. You're writing a report for us.
Understood.
And you seem to have an understanding of what the standards are, because this is your business and you guys are reputable. And so with that, I'm going to accept the 3-month monitoring and then see how to move on from there. Let's see what you can come up with.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Ford.
I thought the 3-month offer was an acceptable way out of this for now as well, so I'm going to accept that as well.
Can I make a recommendation?
Sure.
I would accept the 3 months, but I'm not, that's the end. Based on the fact that they have indicated to us that they have been paid, that they've gotten up to speed, then fulfill those obligations, but a new monitor comes on after 3 months. And I don't care which one it is, but it's not them.
Well, they would have to be independent, though.
Well, it can be on that.
Representation, we don't want to go down the same road.
No, they'd have to be independent, meaning there cannot be any prior relationship.
Can I make a recommendation, Mr. Chair? If we could just perhaps modify that slightly to say after 3 months reconsideration, and if we're not up to speed, if we're not someone that you think is doing the job appropriately.
But that doesn't solve the problem that is still there and is going to be there. Mr. Cannon helped them set this security system up. I mean, the other part of this is he's not working on this.
Well, okay, we were going to say, Mr. Cannon, although we think it would be a loss, we could proceed without Mr. Cannon.
Okay. I would like that, and I would like a new monitorship after 3 months, or and if 4 makes it easier to make it 4.
But what does that even mean? Because they have to start and they have to figure out what they're going to do with him. Where does the 3 months start? Is that
whenever they want it to
the
start?
protocols are that I set with them could be written and handed to the next month.
I mean, the bottom line is I don't want to waste your money, so I'm allowing you, since you've already represented to us that you paid them a significant amount of money, you spend that money and then go to somebody else. That's what I'm asking.
okay? I mean, I think the trick is that they don't want to be monitored during this next 2 weeks, and I think they've achieved that. So I think
well, they can't. I mean, they would have not. Even if you. No, I'm saying these guys do for 4 months or 3
but
months.
they're not monitoring. There's no.
Well, they have to meet with him before they can anyway.
Exactly.
Do you know how long Avant-Garde has been open?
Yeah, I know. Right. So he can have them come in
so
this
that
week.
the holidays can pass by.
How long has Avant-Garde been open since the pandemic rules that required them to be closed were eliminated?
I don't know the first event. I know the SLA approved licenses in October, so I could tell you then. I can get the first date they operated.
They're licensed. Why would they need licenses?
They got special event licenses in October.
Well,
Permits. I'm sorry.
You have 2 gentlemen standing at the podium who say they just got up to speed on Avant-Garde's operations. Do they know how long they've been open?
This year.
I think I have it somewhere in my notes, Mr. Meyerhoff. I'm not certain of the exact date.
So why don't?
If I may, have they been open for a month, for 6 months? Do you know which of those 2?
I know it's been more than a month because I know they were open in October when that permit was issued.
But do the gentlemen from TNM know whether it's been a month or 6 months?
No, I believe they've been open since the summertime. My recollection of discussions with AVANT GARDNER is that they had events at the Brooklyn Mirage, which is the outdoor portion of the venue, and that would have required them to have been open during the summer.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Fan. My point was that another 2 weeks of them not having a monitor is, while I would like them to have a monitor all along, they've disregarded the requirement for several months.
Yeah, and this is set up so that they're not monitored during the holidays.
Correct.
So I'm more concerned about that. So can you meet with them this week? Because you need to meet with them this week so that there is a monitor in there by next week.
For the end of the year festivities.
Yeah, like I'm not comfortable letting this drag out for another weeks, and
Or
if
someone
someone
from
dies,
your unit.
if someone dies over the holidays, we are responsible, all of us here. So.
Well, actually, to be fair, I would say that it's the licensee's responsibility to make sure that the place is safe. We're trying to do things to make this more safe, but the first primary responsibility lies with the licensee.
Correct. But can we have a Zoom meeting with them?
Yeah, I have to figure out.
What you want, okay.
Yes. I assume TNM would be available to meet towards the end of this week or early next week if we needed to, either in person or virtually.
Absolutely.
Okay. So I would say the monitoring needs to start right away.
So we're going to go with Chairman's recommendation, though? Are we going to add that, Commissioner Fan's board? Stopping after
That's up to them if they don't
That
want
they're
to.
fired right away.
That's up to you guys.
Yeah,
I think we can revisit that. Why don't you come with a report in 3 months and then we'll talk about it.
Well, that's the thing. How often do you want to report?
Just 3 months.
Yeah.
In 3 months, well, it's 1 year, so I can get 4 reports. That's
Okay.
what I'm expecting.
So quarterly report?
Yeah.
There's 2 issues. The first issue is what the monitoring requirements are going to be. And I think we need real-time reports on the number of health for example, health conditions that cause people to have to go to the hospital and not support them. But if what you're saying is that you want to reconsider whether they should continue or someone else should be hired in 3 months, then they can do a report for that, if that's what your ruling is.
Okay.
And, under whatever terms you like.
All right.
Okay. That's where I am. 3 months, we'll revisit this again and make a
Come
decision.
back here.
Yes.
So is this getting put on for a March date now so that we have it, or are we waiting and seeing?
No, we can put on a March date.
We're checking to see if we have board meetings already scheduled in March.
No problem.
3 months monitored by TNM, beating council's office to come back, come up with reporting.
Yeah, and I'm not agreeing with them on that vote. I'm still sticking on my vote. Yeah.
New monitor after 3 months. And what was that?
Just give me a second. I'll give you the date.
So the meetings.
There is March 16 and March 30.
Yeah, it's gonna be the 2nd, the 16th, or the 30th.
What's today? Today's
the 15th.
Is the 15th, so we'll
the
do,
30th,
March 16 would be 3 months.
And
March
what date do you,
16.
I'm sorry, what date do you want their report to you prior, how far in advance of that meeting, so that we?
You know what, why don't you give us the report March 15 and then you come to the March 30 meeting?
Okay.
Could we have it sooner than March 15th?
Deadline for supplemental.
But it's 3 months of monitoring.
You want the report though? The supplemental submission date, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So why
I
don't we
don't,
make this March 30th and submit it by the 16th?
Well, then it's 4
yeah,
months.
that's what I said.
That's what Commissioner Van.
Right, okay.
Yeah, then we have 2 weeks to review it.
Yeah, I don't want to get this like the day of.
Yeah, and then you'll be back March 30.
And then the report the 16th.
Yeah,
And just so we don't have to end up here again, to be clear, and the other commissioners can correct me if I'm wrong. The expectation is that there is going to be immediate reporting to our council's office of any incident that either requires the police or results in someone going to a hospital or requiring medical attention.
Okay.
Medical attention outside of what they have on site, or even people that are coming on site?
We'll go over the details.
Okay.
But obviously, the board's concern and my concern is the number of drug and alcohol intoxication events that took place while Avant-Garden was open for a significant period. And that will be a primary focus of the monitor.
And I'm sorry too, but you mentioned you didn't want a particular person not involved, correct?
He just said he's off
Mr.
canon.
Cannon is not going to be involved.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Happy holidays, everyone.
Bye.
So next is 3142. It's CAMAP Properties LLC.
We have opposition first.
Yes. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Frank Malaveco, the representative for the applicant.
The applicant?
Is there any opposition there?
Yes, we're here.
Let's hear from you first.
The opposition comes
Do you guys want to address the church issue first?
Yeah, right.
Actually, before you folks go, can we bring the applicant back up?
Yeah.
About that?
There is reference that not, and certainly not in your application, but we found it otherwise, to a church that is within 200 feet. What's the name of it?
Calvary, Grace, etc.
Actually, same address.
It's the same address, and you even submitted a letter in support of the application from that entity, but you answered no on your application as to whether or not there was a place of worship within 200 feet.
Correct. We found that it was not a bona fide place of worship.
Don't you think that's our decision to make? Can you provide the evidence of that?
The letter from the pastor from the fellowship.
The letter
states
from
very clearly.
the letter from the fellowship indicates that he's not opposed to your liquor store. That's all it says.
It also mentions that he leases the property to other for-profit organizations.
Which does not necessarily mean it's not a church. It depends on what those organizations do with it.
It's for profit. It's not donations. It's not used to put back into the, call it a church.
It doesn't have, it depends on what they're doing. If they're doing a flea market, that might be, you might be 100% correct. If they're providing services for Alcoholics Anonymous or other types of counseling services, you wouldn't be correct.
The application contains a false statement though, because the question isn't whether you believe the church the question is whether there's a place of worship within 200 feet, period.
Actually, 300 feet.
300
And it's
not even mentioned.
Can I interject one thing? If you look at the GIS lamp map, this location does not exist. It's not listed on the map.
But if you knew about it.
So what does that mean? Why is that relevant?
That's the tree falls in the forest argument.
No, it should be on the map. It should be indicated as a place of worship. There's other places within Tuxedo Village that show on the map as houses of worship. This one does not. And we do have that letter.
The question isn't whether there's a house of worship on the GIS map. It's whether there's one within 300 feet, right?
All right, what are we going to do with this? We have to, this has to be, and I'm not saying you're wrong, other than the fact that it should have been on the application. You are wrong about that. But we cannot take your word for the fact, or the pastor's word for the fact. We need someone to go investigate this.
The rabbi.
So we are going to have to put this over to have that done. The next meeting.
Let's do 119.
119,
Nothing's happening next 2 weeks.
Yes. Sorry, what's the next date for the next hearing?
We're going to see you again on January 19.
We'll have somebody visit the church and make sure what you say is true.
Temple.
It's a temple?
Rabbi, I assume it's a temple.
No,
they didn't say
that's
rabbi.
a different list. There's a rabbi who supported the application, and then there's
Yeah, he's from
another
Mons.
entity.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Okay,
Sorry,
thanks.
folks,
All right.
I mean, we can take opposition now, so they don't have to come back. It's up to you guys.
Okay. We'll do the opposition.
Sure.
All right, come on up.
Okay.
Sorry, I got my letters mixed up, sorry.
Okay, so it's Thomas Berg from the Law Office of Stacy L. Weiss here in opposition. With me are the owners of the two closest stores, Martha Donovan and Olga Lukashik. Okay,
Wait,
so
which ones are they?
Two closest.
So this is Olga,
Martha Donovan,
and this is Olga.
and I'm Olga Lukashik.
What are the stores' names?
There's Sloatsburg Wine Inc.
That's me.
And JMM and SLLC. Ms.
Tuxedo
Donovan.
Wine.
Okay, so the applicant is asking to open a liquor store in the town of Tuxedo Park, New York, at 549 Route 17. There is a store 1.6 miles away in the town of Tuxedo Park on the same road, Route 17. That's a 2-minute drive. There are 4 other liquor stores. All 4 of the closest liquor stores are within 5 miles of the proposed location. There are 8 active liquor stores within 7 miles of the proposed location. And they're asking to open up in Tuxedo Park, New York. The town of Tuxedo Park, New York has 598 people. That's the population. And 22% of them are minors. They can't buy liquor. The town of Tuxedo Park, New York has been declining in population since the year 2000. Between 2000 and 2010, it declined by 14.8%. Between 2010 and 2019, it declined by 3.7%. Now, if we go outside Tuxedo Park, the areas around all have declining population. The town of Tuxedo Park is down 2.6%. The town of Sloatsburg is flat.
Just for a second. You keep referring to the town of Tuxedo Park.
Yes, the town of Tuxedo Park, New York.
Right.
Yes.
There's
That's
a
where he
village
wants to open up.
There's a village of Tuxedo Park. And there's the town of Tuxedo, I believe.
Okay, he wants to open up in Tuxedo Park.
You're talking about the village.
There's
Okay.
3,800 residents within the town of Tuxedo.
Right, that's what I'm trying to clear. You keep talking about town.
I'm referring to the village of Tuxedo Park.
Okay,
That's what he
so why
wants
don't
to
you,
open.
okay, so refer to it as the village then, okay?
Okay, Tom, I will from now on.
The town is different.
Okay, so if we go look at the town of Tuxedo, they have 3,500 people. Their population is down 2.6% between 2010 and 2018. So their population is down all around. There's no new development. Be hard pressed to have some development. That area is completely surrounded by 75,000 acres of New York State parkland. There's really no place to spread out to. So the population of all the surrounding areas are down. There's a store that's 1.6 miles away. So by allowing this liquor store to move in, the best we can do is save the public a 2-minute drive to an established liquor store. You want to say anything, Olga?
Yeah. Okay, so I really don't understand why another liquor store would go in, because within my store, 5-mile radius, there is 2 existing liquor stores. One of them is Tuxedo Liquor Store, and another one in Saffron, which is like about 2 minutes drive as well from me. I am also on Route 17, and going up south, there is a huge, well, you have to cross the borderline to the state of New York and state of New Jersey. There is a chain store named Barrel King, which is a wholesale company, and it's 5 minutes away from my store. So it's plenty of liquor stores around, and I don't think there is another liquor store. There's a need for another liquor store. And for me, I am speechless when I found out that there is going to be another liquor store, because I really don't understand why. And
You should sit in our meetings more then.
Because that's where the money is.
As a working mother, I do to my best, to the best of my ability. I have a toddler to take care of, and I think I do my best to read I respond to all the emails. And if you look at my sales number before the pandemic, my 2018, my 2019 sales, gross sales, you will see that there is no room for growth. Like nothing, there is no profit in there. Pandemic, yes, pandemic was a spike. Pandemic is like, the frenzy is over. People not doing this crazy buying anymore. The numbers are back down. I'm struggling as if.
Your store is JMM, Tuxedo Wines?
My store is Schlossbrook Wine.
Okay, got it.
You can look at my numbers pre-pandemic. And with this kind of numbers, to put another liquor store in there, I offer delivery, I offer kosher wine, I offer organic certified wine. I have very wide, and you can find anything you want in my store, from $10 bottle to a $400 bottle of wine. I do have high-end wines, low-end wines, whatever you want in there. I do deliveries after hours. So I don't understand the need for another liquor store.
Okay, thank you.
That's all I got.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioners, can I add something to what the counselor had mentioned?
No, you can add on January 19th. Write it all down.
Okay, will do.
Thank you.
See you then.
And the opposition's welcome to come back again, but I don't know that we're gonna let you speak again.
Okay, see you in January.
All right,
Thank you.
Next is 3158, Rock One SE Table LLC and Tourbillon One LLC.
That's over to when? What day was that?
19.
My birthday week, just one.
From your cake.
No, it's the 12th.
Oh, what was that you just called on?
That was 3158.
Okay, why is this here? Oh, the 500-foot hearing.
Yeah, this is, I think, okay.
Can you put your name on the record?
Sure. Jonathan Bing from Greenberg Traurig, representing the applicants. With me today is Lindsay Harris, Director of Asset Management for Rock One, and Andrea Zahar, VP of Operations for Tourbillon LLC.
All right, I mean, this shouldn't even be here. The reason it's here is the 500-foot hearing that not enough information was put in front of the ALJ. I say it over and over again that the people that represent these applicants need to recognize the ALJs do not have the application in front of them. It is important to answer every question as completely as possible, because that's all they're going on. And if if you don't answer the question, they're going to rule against you, and that's what pushed this to the board.
Well, it would have had to come to the board anyway because of the restroom waiver.
Oh, I didn't know there was a restroom waiver, so I take that back. It would have been here anyway. I vote to approve.
Yeah, I'll vote to approve as well. What are the hours?
8 a.m. to 9 p.m.
8 a.m. to 9 p.m. Monday through Saturday, and 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. on Sunday.
That's weird. Okay, so I'm just gonna go to midnight, recorded music only, no dancing, no promoter, no private events.
Commissioner Ford.
Well, do you want private events, or no? You had no plan on private events?
Occasional private events. It was in the 500-foot submission.
Oh, so you want private events? Okay.
Occasional, yes.
Private events are okay.
Yes.
That's fine. And Chairman, you.
Yes. Yep.
This is Rockefeller
Center.
Yeah.
So, there's not probably a lot of nightlife right in that area?
Right now there is.
Is there right now?
Yeah. Good luck trying to even walk through it right now.
All right, I mean like late night.
No.
No.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
No, midnight is okay.
That's what.
We're all set.
Yeah.
You're all good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All set.
Next is 3101. That's Robert Giordano.
Did you guys approve the bathroom waiver on that?
Yes.
Good afternoon.
Hi, sir. Thanks for coming in.
Thanks for having me.
Is there any opposition? Oh, put your names on the record, guys.
My name is Patrick DeLuca. I'm here representing Robert Giordano, the applicant.
My name is Robert Giordano.
Is there any opposition there? We did get one protest. I think it's the closest store to you.
No, second closest.
Yeah, Hunter Road, the closest store didn't respond to numbers.
Can you tell us how you're going to be different than the closest store?
Sure. The closest store is limited in its selection, and it's really not up to speed with today's consumer. If you look at, they don't have an online presence, they don't have a website, they have horrible signage, and it was because of that we started looking for other places. We moved up into the area, we saw that there was a need. And, my wife, when she orders wine these days, she does it on her phone. And either we go pick it up or have it delivered. This is a vacation community that's changing a little bit more to a more permanent residence. And these are people from the city. This is what they do, and this is how they shop. And it's not being presented well by this company. And by them not even responding to this, they haven't even shown an interest in protecting themselves.
And you're going to do deliveries, or is it just order over the internet?
I'm planning on doing deliveries. I think the ordering. I think we're going to have a website to display our inventory and our stuff, but then we'll deliver after that. Either be store pickup or delivered.
Okay.
And your wife is going to be working in the store with you?
Not now. No, not planning on it.
No, it's just you?
It's just me.
But it says that you're going to do this part-time.
No, ma'am, that was amended. We sent in a letter last week.
Yeah.
And he's chosen to move up there completely from 4 days to 7 days. So that's been amended, that mode of operation.
Okay, so you're not going to be continuing the construction business?
No, I'm preparing a succession plan. My youngest son is taking that over. And
cool.
I plan on moving full-time. My wife is there now. She works at the Bank of Greene County. She's been living in our home in Gilboa for 2 years now. So I was there whenever she wants me to be there.
I imagine the ski town could use another store, so I will vote to approve.
I'm surprised that the only store in town less than a mile from you didn't respond, but the one that's 12 miles away did respond with objection. The other store, Can you tell me anything about it? How big is it? I don't have any square footage here, nothing like that.
Which store are you referring to?
The, Time and Place, Time and Place.
I'm sorry, the one with the letter in Hunter?
Wyndham Wine and Liquor, yeah.
I'm sorry, sir, we're getting crossed on the communication here. What store are you looking at?
Wyndham Wine and Liquor.
Okay, so the store is probably 500 square feet, 600 square feet. It's kind of cramped. There's one person that works there, as far as I know. I believe it's Chuck. You would never see it if you drove by, if you're looking for it. And if you Google search it, I mean, if you pull out your phone and just Google it, you'll see there's no listing, there's no website. There's just 5 Yelp reviews from out-of-towners.
Okay, I'm good. I'm gonna vote to approve.
I'm gonna vote to approve as well. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Give me a minute, I'm gonna, Mr. Martinez, thank you.
Next is 3108, Margarita Cafe, Oil Collecting Inc. It's a request for reconsideration.
3108. Yep.
Again, I'm Patrick DeLuca, this is Mr. Martinez, and this is his partner and also attorney, Ole
DeKilo.
DeKilo. This license was previously disapproved. They were being represented by someone else. Mr. Martinez called us. I tried to address all the concerns that were reflected in the disapproval. And we submitted that, which is, I think, what got us granted the reconsideration.
No, you get the reconsideration automatically because this was at the board, I believe. So you get it because you asked for it.
But it goes to the board.
Right.
The board can decide.
Right. So he has 12 other licensed establishments, and the problem that I think we all had, or at least I know I did, was they have multiple incidents of adverse history with multiple defaults on those charges. And we had a concern about how he's not even supervising the licenses he has. How's he going to do this one as well?
Well, in the request that we submitted, the authority did not have the proper information. We listed all the personal questionnaires for the managers that are there.
Yeah, well,
all the violations.
And we do have those personal questionnaires now, and as has been pointed out to me, it appears one of the people he hired as a manager, who we got a personal questionnaire for, is a former attorney. Is that correct?
No, it's the gentleman who's standing right there as counsel, now going to be the manager of a restaurant.
So you're actually managing the restaurant now?
If I may, my name is Ole DeKilo. I have a law firm, a small law firm in the area. I'm semi-retired now. I started with this company about 5 years ago. I'm phasing myself out of the law practice. My brother is my partner, and I'm devoting more time. I would say, as of right now, about 75 to 85% of my time is to restructure this organization so that it can work seamlessly. I've gotten involved in overall with regards to all of the restaurants. I started doing compliance, governance issues. I'm working to coordinate the health department, the building department, and specifically supervising one location, which is the Williston Park location. That is within 10 minutes of my office and 12 minutes of where I live. I am there 7 days a week, not full-time, but I am there visiting, supervising, and I also have camera supervision for that location. So
Where do you live?
In East Meadow. Williston Park is not even 10 minutes away, right off
Are
the
you the
Meadowbrook.
one who prepared this application?
No.
No, Mr. Henry, Mr. Wonkowski prepared it. And that's also why.
And then the other guy that's managing owns a construction company. Did he shut that?
Who?
I don't know.
Who worked at Luigi Caliendo and Sons?
No, it is. It's one of your. I don't have anybody with that.
No. Well, you just put the
I don't know.
PQ in, Mr. DeLuca. Christian
prepared
Robolino. You don't know who it is?
These are,
What's his
I don't.
What's her name?
What's
Oh,
the name?
yes. Christine? You talking
Oh,
about
Christine, yes.
Yes. He used to work as a construction. Now he's not. He's working as a full-time manager with us.
So I still, that doesn't solve the problem that is on paper here. That this guy was charged with multiple violations in the past, didn't respond to them, defaulted on them.
He was represented
How are
by,
managers gonna fix that when he wasn't managing to begin with?
the defaults happened because he was represented by Mr. Womkowski, who didn't answer he assumed his lawyer was handling it, and they weren't being handled. As soon
Well,
as he was
how about this, Mr. DeLuca? That explains the first default.
No,
That
no,
doesn't,
before.
that doesn't explain the subsequent defaults, because I would assume he would become aware of it after the first default. And then it continued to happen.
If I may?
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, when we got involved and we learned of these defaults, I handled everything but liquor authority matters for the enterprise. Henry Warakomsky was the attorney who was entrusted to handle all of the liquor authority matters. Unfortunately, and for reasons that perhaps we not need get into now, Mr. Warakomsky neglected to inform me, and he neglected to inform Mr. Martinez of these defaults. When we learned of these defaults, at that point, we immediately terminated Mr. Warakomsky. We retained Mr. DeLuca at this point to cure or vacate the defaults, to cure them, so that we can move forward. I can attest to the fact that neither I nor Mr. Martinez knew of any of the defaults because they were all entrusted to Mr. Warakomsky.
So what did the licensee think happened to these charges against his restaurant? That they were just taken care of with no fines or anything?
Well, Mr. Warakomsky...
He just assumed they were handled?
He presumed that they were handled by Mr. Warakomsky. Anytime that anything needed the attention, he would go to Mr. Martinez, and if he didn't reach Mr. Martinez, he was instructed, or standing instructions, to contact me. I have received no contact from him.
So he was aware he was charged with multiple violations of law at multiple locations, and just assumed it was taken care of, without writing any checks or anything like that?
That gives me no confidence, so. All right, I'm ready.
Commissioner Fan?
Yeah, I think I'm going to vote to deny.
Commissioner Ford?
I don't have any confidence either. I'm willing to deny.
Chairman Bradley?
So I'm voting to deny. I mean, other than these two extra managers who really don't
Have any experience?
And then also don't explain the defaults. They seem to be pointing to a man who's not even here. And at the end of the day, as we all know, the defaults are the licensee's obligation, and it didn't happen once, it happened multiple times, and it didn't happen on the same dates, it happened on multiple dates. Not to mention, they completely have changed their method of operation, not to become more conservative, but to actually ask for everything under the sun, including karaoke and dancing, and now recorded music as well as a DJ.
We would have asked if you had granted reconsideration, that this just go back to square one, because they would have needed a new notice of municipality.
We have that. We did that.
Well, nice of you to send that in. I'm voting to deny as well.
All right, so next is 3144. That's Vine Wine and Spirit LLC.
Thank you for the thanks. You're Chris? Charles Lynn. Nice to meet you, Jasmine.
I don't have.
Oh, you drove?
Yes.
Good afternoon. My name's Jasmine. I'm here representing the applicant, Levine Wine and Spirit LLC. I know there's opposition here.
Just a little.
Okay.
And that's the principal with you? Yeah.
All right,
Yes.
let them go first, please.
No problem.
Oppositions go first?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
sorry.
Charles Lynn for the opposition. I represent the four closest liquor stores. Blue Sky Liquor, Inc., GMS Wines and Liquors Corp., Prince Street Wine and Liquor, Inc., and CK Wine and Liquor Corp., and to the right of me are all the owners of those 4 stores. I believe there are 2 issues to be addressed here. One is public convenience and advantage, and the first one is as to whether it's a violation of 105.2 of the ABC law that the entrance is not at street level. I don't know if counsel's office has addressed this already, but the building...
Well, Mr. Lynn, we're aware of the issue and as this board has consistently done over probably the last decade or more, that when there's a public thoroughfare such as a mall or a walkway, whether it be on the 2nd floor or the 3rd floor, that the people can get, or in the cellar in this instance, so that the customers can go through the public thoroughfare to get to the entrance of the liquor store. We have called that public thoroughfare street level. So I would assume that in this instance, the other commissioners can speak for themselves, but to me, that this is going to be street level.
Yes, I agree with that.
And can I just make a comment on that? I was unable to go into the premises because it's construction now. All the doors are bolted with chains and padlocks. So I do not have any information other than going through the exterior as to what that passageway is. So I can't comment on that, and I don't want to be contentious, but I don't know if you got pictures or whatever, but it seems as though...
It's still, as you said, it's still under construction, but the information that we have is that it's all going to be retail establishments, and it's going to be a public thoroughfare.
We have diagrams showing, a public hallway, if you will, with a number of retail spaces within, much like you would see if you walked into like a mall and there was like a walkway with stores off of it.
All right, so the next issue that I would address is public convenience and advantage. The public is already being well serviced by the current stores in the neighborhood. There are 8 stores within 0.8 miles of the applicant, and I supplied a area survey and listed the stores annexed as Exhibit A. Farrington Street is already...
Water. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Farrington Street, there's already a store, GMS Wines and Liquor Corp. at 32-12 Farrington Street, just 1,400 feet, less than 0.3 miles from the applicant. The population for the zip code 11354 in Flushing, Queens, has been stagnant for the last 19 years. You can see Exhibit B, which is annexed to my submission as well. As far as gross sales, I annexed my Exhibit C, where the gross sales figures for the 4 closest stores. Taking into consideration the COVID anomaly of 2020, only 2 stores had significant gains prior to 2020, and the other 2 had either stagnant or moderate sales. There is no evidence that applicant will be supplying any new line of products or any new services that the current 8 stores within 0.8 miles of applicant are not now supplying. There's no evidence of increased demand for alcoholic beverages based upon population, as I've given you the statistics for this zip code area. There's no evidence of increased demand for alcoholic beverages based upon the revenue reports from the nearby stores, other than the Prince store that did have significant increase in sales in the last years prior to COVID. And there's no showing that the public is not being adequately served by the existing stores. The other issue that I'd like to bring up is, again, under public convenience and advantage. Having been at the building, this liquor store is pretty much buried in the cellar of the building. The exterior is Farrington Street, and then the side of it is 35th Avenue. 35th Avenue has the stairs and a ramp on which to go down to the 9 stores that are in this building, 9 retail liquor stores. The
The depth of that is pretty substantial, I would say 8 to 10 feet above street level. But be that as it may, it appears as though those stores, those other 8 stores, retail stores, will have openings into their stores. Apparently, the liquor store is going to have that store closed because it's stating that it will be only deliveries only going into that store. So in essence, it's pretty much sheltered away from the public by not having an entrance on the regular street of 35th Avenue or Farrington. In addition to that, it's on the cellar of a 15-story building, which is the hotel occupying the ground floor up, and then the last 3 floors being residential. So it's being buried down in the cellar of a hotel, which you can't get entrance other than you go into the hotel. It's hard for me to consider the public convenience and advantage is going to be served for this area, which is contiguous to Chinatown, which is the area of Farrington, Prince Street, Northern Boulevard, Union Street, and Main Street, all of which have all its own liquor stores, have been there for quite a few years, and well service the community. So the very locale of the store, and also to say that it's similar to a mall or something else, even though it is a 15-story store, not every new building has to have its own liquor store. And the fact that it's 3 residentials on top does not mean that there's a huge increase in population in the area. There's about, I think it was 42 units for the residential, and for the hotel, I think there's about 120 for guests. I can't see where that one complex and even one next door, which is also being built, would suffice for additional public convenience and advantage when people can walk 0.8 miles to 8 other stores, which are less than 10-minute walk away, going into the main Chinese business section of the Chinatown area. I don't see where this is going to be any great public convenience and advantage to have it licensed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, the 3 stores are on the other side of Northern Boulevard, which are on the south side of Northern Boulevard. Our store is on the north side of Northern Boulevard. Blue Sky Liquoring, Prince Street Wine Liquor, CK Wine and Liquor. The closest liquor store to where we are located is GMS Wines and Liquor, which is located on Farrington Street, which is on the same side as Northern Boulevard. Anyone who lives in the boroughs, including anyone who knows the major highway of Northern Boulevard, knows that it's congested and that it's not convenient to get from one side to the other. Northern Boulevard itself, where this location is, has 6 lanes, 3 lanes on each side with a middle divider so people can cross carefully. For convenience, people like to shop where they live closest to where they are. GMS Liquor Store, which is the closest, about 0.3 from our liquor store, from their opening 2017, they have increased of 17% in sales, with an increase of 10% in sales just last year, even during COVID. And not only that, but bulk of sales are usually November, December, and this year they will do just as well. Also, we'd like to point out that there's major new development in the area where this new liquor store is. Within a 0.2 miles, 3 blocks or less from the population is going to grow substantially. The same building, the same lot where the liquor store is going to be held, 3366 Farrington Street, there's going to be 100 units of residential property being built. 3368 Farrington Street, there's also going to be 210 hotel rooms. That's a total of 310. Additionally, I'd like to let you know that 134-03 35th Avenue, Flushing, New York, which is currently under construction, it's supposed to be completed in 2024. It's an adjacent lot to where this liquor place will be. There's 130 condos and 210 rooms, approximately 440. 35-22 Levitt Street, Flushing, New York, Northern Boulevard. It's breaking ground next year, 2022. There's going to be approximately 302 rooms, 250 hotel rooms and 52 residential. 135-27 Northern Boulevard, Flushing, formerly known as the RKO Theater. There's 270 condos, and it's currently already under construction. You're looking at a total population increase of 1,222, which includes 552 condos and 670 hotel rooms. So I'd like to point that out. And as far as convenience, that's a major aspect. Another aspect is that my client actually has this amazing, unique vision for this liquor store, which I would like him to discuss his vision.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My vision calls for more of a retail experience rather than a transaction. I want to elevate the shopping experience by not only showcasing a full range of products, but also providing more insight by offering education and availability on lesser-known wine and spirits. I will include fact sheets next to all the regions in the oak wood tier shelving system. There will also be monitors with additional facts and insights to enhance the experience. And then also, I hear what Mr. Lin had for his, I guess, a part of the community. So as far as the construction of the building that this liquor store will be housed, the street is slanted. So where the main entrance is for this retail store, there's approximately 4 steps to get down to the retail level. And in addition, the building that is directly on top of the liquor store will actually be only hotels. So there's 210 units of hotels. The residential is actually the building that's right next to it, which has already started occupancy starting from 2020. That one was 100 units. And then that's not counting all the additional buildings and also residents that my representative already outlined. Thank you.
And we'd also just like to mention one more thing. There is a separate entrance to the liquor store. It's not from the hotel. Thank you.
Whoa. Yeah, I was just going to question that. No more than one.
You're not allowed to have 2 entrances.
No, that's not what I was saying. I apologize if I confused.
Yes. So the entrance, what she was referring to, is that to get to the retail store, right, there is an entrance from the outside of the building. So it's not just talking about you have to enter the hotel to get to the retail area.
You're talking about the public thoroughfare.
Yes, because he was saying that you have to go through the hotel to get it. That's what I was trying to.
Right, but I think Chairman is making the point that you cannot go from your store into the hotel, or can they?
No, they should have one door. Your store has one door into the public thoroughfare, and that's it, right?
Yes,
that's
correct.
That is
Could I just ask one question, because I'm still a little confused? On the 35th Avenue side, where it goes down 12 steps, steep steps, in a series of 9 retail stores, there's a door to their store. Is that door for, I understand, to be just deliveries only, or is that a store that they're talking about that there'll be entrance to that store?
No, they're saying that's not an entrance.
Correct. That's not an entrance.
And what will it be?
So the first door is actually going to be deadbolted completely. So showcase will be in front of that door. The second door will be for loading and unloading for staff only.
Okay.
All right.
Was anybody, Mr. Lin, is everybody there? Are you representing every person there, or someone still need to talk?
Yes, if you want me to have, no, they're all here. If you want me to put them.
No, we're good.
All right. So I do agree with applicant and representative of applicant that north of Northern Boulevard is really different from everyone else that's servicing south of Northern Boulevard. There's one store that's doing really well, as she mentioned, GMS, and then the other store is almost a 20-minute walk. So I think there's public convenience and advantage, so I'm going to vote to approve.
Commissioner Ford?
I think for the same reason that there is public convenience advantage, so I'm voting to approve as well.
Chairman Bradley?
Yeah, I'm voting to approve as well. One, because of the Northern Boulevard issue, I do think they're completely separate neighborhoods, because that is a very difficult street to have to cross.
It's a double wide, it's a double.
Triple. And I certainly think that it's also going to be publicly convenient for the people that are shopping in this area, in that retail center. I realize it's maybe 8 or 9 stores, but obviously there's a hotel above it. So I do think there is public convenience and advantage to be had. And obviously, the closest store on that side of Northern Boulevard is showing a tremendous growth at this point, even beyond COVID. So I'm going to vote to approve.
Thank you.
Thank
you.
We take 2 minutes, Tom?
Yeah, so we're gonna go on a break,
Donald.
brief recess. All right, we're back on the record after a brief recess. Next item is 3046. That's 8000 Cooper Avenue, Liquors Inc.
Good afternoon, Joseph Levy here. On behalf of 8000 Cooper Ave Liquors Inc., I have with me my client Sherman Peters. I believe you received my submission for a removal of a liquor store. The potential proposed move is approximately 160 feet away from the original location. Sherman has been in that location for 10 plus years, servicing the community. And he's looking to move to a new space. I covered in the letter, which I won't recap here because I know it's a long day for everybody. He's having issues with his landlord. It has not been an ideal situation, to say the least. Very hard to continue with his business. He'd like to continue to service the community. Right a couple doors down, actually the building.
It's
right
fine.
I'm going to stop you, Mr. Levy. Thank you.
You're good.
Yeah, I'm gonna vote to approve.
I approve as well. Have a good day.
Have a nice
Great.
day.
Thank you so much.
Next is 3057 JCCSM Inc.
Joseph Levy here again.
What are you, Mr. 100-foot?
Which one is this one?
These applications were all filed like months apart, but are all on the same agenda. I can't explain it, but I'm happy to just kind of roll through them. They all would be, I guess, neighborhood removals, but for the fact that the size of the store has increased in various amounts at different locations.
So is there anybody there? Is there anybody there in opposition that you see?
No.
All right, put his name on the record.
MARGARITAS.
All right, I'm good.
I'll vote to approve.
I'll vote to approve itself, moving only 100 feet away from its former location.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
It's
Got it, yes.
All right.
Okay.
And the next one, 3055, the Wine Hut Court.
For the trifecta, Joseph Levy here on behalf of the Wine Hut. Another neighborhood removal of sorts. I have with me here today my client Maria Del Carmen Mata. Again, another opportunity to move very close, continue to service the community. She's been no opposition here. I actually believe that one of the bulk sales notices that came back indicated that if it was just a removal or a relocation, they were fine with it.
I want to and I'm going to vote to approve this. I do want to ask you one question though. How is it possible that this guy's moving 100, or she's moving 173 feet, yet the 4 closest stores changed? Is that accurate?
Yeah,
Well, they're all,
I went through it to double check. It's just because of the number of stores, the direction they moved just changed.
All right. I vote to approve.
Yes, I vote to approve.
And Commissioner Ford.
She's increasing the size of the store a whopping 75 square feet, it looks like. I approve.
All right.
I don't know how
Thank
you
you
did
so
that.
much.
3 in a row. I don't know. I've never seen that before.
well, let's see if I can keep it going. I got a couple more.
All right.
Thank you so
Next.
much. Thank you.
You're welcome. Good luck.
Next is 3147 H154 LLC.
47.
3147.
Continuing the Joseph Levy show here for H154 LLC. This is a catering establishment license in Bushwick, Brooklyn. I have one of the 2 principals here with me today, Dawson Stellberger. The application is not a 500-foot rule case, and again, catering establishment venue. It's before you because there was a negative resolution from the local community board. As you've seen in my papers, they did notify us of a meeting date. They gave us insufficient time to prepare 4 business days when part of their own application process requires at least 7 for proper posting and other things. We asked for an adjournment. We were unresponded to. I submitted emails and phone logs showing our attempts to contact the board and get back on an agenda. They refused to do so. Ultimately, we stopped trying. This is a location that is in the middle of an industrial area. There are no residents anywhere nearby at all. And we feel that this is the type of place that doesn't exist anywhere and wouldn't upset or negatively impact any one residential or commercial business or home in the immediate vicinity or beyond.
So this is an event space, basically?
Correct. The idea is corporate events, venues, you know,
Weddings?
correct, weddings, things like that.
How are you not gonna have dancing if you're gonna have weddings?
So what we want to have is, as we said, we want to have DJs, we want to have live music, we want to have those things, and obviously we have to make sure that our zoning is correct before we can actually allow dancing.
Oh, no. I mean, if you were just catering and not, you know, interfacing with public, I would be okay with you skipping community board, but.
No, they are just catering.
No, we are.
They
just
can't be
catering.
open to the public.
Correct.
That's why my only question on this whole thing is I question the business model, but I know you understand what the business model is.
What is the business model?
They're literally just gonna have this for private events. They can't use it for anything else.
Correct. The idea is this place is not supposed to be open to the public. It's only as a venue really for hire for events to cater food and beverage, weddings, corporate events, things of that nature. And the thought is that there really is nothing like this in the city. And you really can't do something.
I don't know that I'd be putting my money in the investment, but who am I to argue with the investment?
I mean, I think that's just.
He can't, I mean, if he opens to the public, then he's gonna get closed by us.
Then we have a much bigger problem, yeah.
Right.
I know, but if it's gonna be a party spot, I think the community board should have to weigh in.
We tried for 9 months.
I mean, we can send it back, but it's not 500 foot, and they obviously had an opportunity.
Yeah, they didn't want to do it. What are your hours?
We're requesting that we'd be open till 4 a.m. 7 days. And again, as a catering venue, the idea is we're not going to be open to 4 a.m. every day, but we need to be able to capture that corporate business, those weddings that might go a little bit later. So we wanted the unrestricted time so that we can capture the events, because this really is, you know, I don't want to say in the middle of nowhere, but in sort of a desolate area. So to attract, we want to be able to attract the events that will actually need a space like ours, which is why we wanted the unrestricted hours.
And you realize, I mean, I know you realize this, but your client realizes that means, you know, they get live concerts, I mean, live music. A concert is not a catered event.
Correct. Just to clarify what the concert means is there have been occasions where big corporations want to have a retreat, an end of year thing, a shareholders meeting, whatever it is, they bring in live entertainment. And then it's
Right.
concert style seating for certain things. Maybe there's a performance at a wedding. We had this conversation. This is not a self-promoted venue. This is a venue for catered events.
All right.
I don't know what this is. I don't.
Okay. We can vote against you.
Man.
You guys own the building?
Correct. He and his brother who are on this application are two of the owners of the building. There are some other people as well. I've listed them in the landlord
How
identification
long have
page.
how long have you owned the building?
Since 2018.
And what was in it before?
It was kitchen equipment manufacturing and storage.
Oh, so you guys put the pool in?
Correct.
I don't. Chairman, I don't. We can hold it over, or I can vote to deny.
Where are you?
I'm okay without the community board.
All right, so you can vote to deny.
Okay, I'm gonna vote to deny.
Commissioner Ford
I'm gonna vote to approve.
and Chairman Bradley.
I'm gonna vote to approve as well. The community board, based on the emails we got, we contacted several times. This area is, or this establishment does not appear to be close to any residences, and it is only gonna be a catering establishment, which means that it's gonna be used on a piecemeal basis. So good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Did you guys notice in the community board where it says that there were no show that AVANT GARDNER was there with Google?
Yeah, I did see that, and it looked.
Next
It's
is.
a corporate change.
Hold on 1 second. Can you put us on mute? This is about something else, Mr. Levy.
I thought there could be a brief conference of council on illegal.
I did see.
That's the one I meant to bring up yesterday. I was talking about criminal cases.
All right, we're back on the record after a brief conference with council on a different matter. Next is 3135, SEIWA CHU-KOU USA Corp.
Joseph Levy here on behalf of SEIWA CHU-KOU USA Corp. Tried to highlight and answer all of the outstanding or confusing items from the 500-foot rule hearing and otherwise in my letter. If you guys have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. It's just worth noting the space is currently open and operating just with no alcohol service. And these folks do have another location, which I think was part of the confusion, on 52nd Street that is open with a liquor license.
Yeah, I mean, this is just another instance. You have to be, did you guys do this application? You have to be more complete in these ALJ stuff. Because they literally have no information.
Yeah, I think there was a bit of confusion between someone in my office who completed the paperwork and the ALJ. Like with the way the question was asked and the way that we answered it, it was not clear. We will certainly try to be more clear in the future, because I believe some of the issue here was it's the same premise name, the same corporate name at their other location. So when we indicated they had another license, we gave the same name and a serial number corresponding to that. So there was some confusion there. The confusion about the space was just a fluid situation with the negotiation of the lease, which we corrected for the record immediately. And again, on a deficiency letter to make it clear that where there was potentially some additional storage space outside of the ground floor, that has been taken away by the landlord. It's been walled off. We have no access to those areas. So this is strictly a ground floor space.
And the community board, did we get anything from them on this?
Yes, you have a resolution now. We did not have a resolution at the time of the community board, at the time of the 500-foot rule hearing. So we provided the minutes from the community board, which is where they directed us when we asked for a copy, because they do not routinely provide us with copies of the resolution after they have the hearing.
Okay. All right.
Ready to vote on this matter?
What are your hours again? Because there are a couple different places that say different things.
Yes, so the community board made an error giving us more hours than we want. So we're going to be honest here and take the hours that we intended, that we represented. We're going to be open till 1 a.m., 11 a.m. to 1 a.m., Monday through Saturday, 5 p.m. to 12 a.m. on Sunday, not 2 a.m.
I think that was a typo, actually.
Correct.
Okay. All right, so why don't we just do 1 a.m. across the board? Background music only, I vote to approve.
Same here.
And Chairman Bradley.
I will do the same.
Great, thank you. Thank you guys so much. Happy holidays.
You too. See you.
Next is 3148, ELMHURST Deli and Grill Corp. ELMHURST Deli and Grill Corp.
They're coming now.
Neil Trivedi for the applicant, ELMHURST Deli and Grill.
So he holds two other grocery store licenses?
Yeah, one is right next door, two on the same block, and the other one is at 7909 Rockaway Boulevard. I believe my office had failed to mention that on the applicant application. That's basically a clerical error on my part, but he has two licenses.
How could it be an error when at one of the locations, he listed it as his employment and said he was a cashier?
That I don't know. He's obviously the owner.
He would know, right?
Oh, he's a cashier and as well as the owner, yes.
But he didn't list that license as one of his licenses.
No, he did mention on the next page, it says 82 Candy Corp. He wrote down owner. Or I wrote down owner.
Yeah, but 82 Candy Corp is not the one with the disciplinary history.
Yeah.
He left out the one with the disciplinary history.
Yeah, that's a 7909 Delhi, and that's what I'm saying, that my office failed to mention it.
No, sir, I guess you're not understanding. He signed a personal questionnaire.
I understand that.
So it's not your office, it's him.
And he put his employment on the personal questionnaire, and he put his licensing history on the personal questionnaire. He read it and then he signed it, right?
No, he basically signs it, and then I ask him questions, and then sometimes, if it's a repeated client, then you get that information already. You may already have it. So
You had him sign the personal questionnaire before you filled it out?
Yeah. Usually we have him sign the personal questionnaire, and then I'm usually talking to him on the phone.
You ought to stop talking.
Wow. Insane.
Do you do that for all the applications? I'm just curious, because I'm supervising the licensing bureau now, and if that's happening to all your applications, it'd be, something I'd like to know.
No.
So I don't know what you guys want to do.
No, this one, let me explain.
Whether you're going to bite the bullet for him or whether he was lying to us, it really doesn't make any difference to me.
Okay.
He's got significant history. We summaried one of the places that he's licensed in that he says he's not licensed in. He actually was the cashier in, I believe, right?
No, I think it's the other way.
Oh, the other way around. So this is the one he just didn't.
The place that he didn't tell us about.
Was summary.
The cashier was the summary suspension and then the $30,000.
No, it was the other place.
It's a 7909 Deli and Grocery that was not listed, that he got the summons in, I think, January, February. Somebody else was handling the handling the proceeding. He was not around. He was in Yemen, visiting his wife and his children.
That's even a bigger problem to me with what was happening at the place in March of 2021. That he wasn't even here to supervise it, so I'm certainly not going to give him another one.
No, let me explain. He lives here. His wife and his son or daughter lives in Yemen. He visits in January, February. They are trying to come to U.S. Okay, so he usually goes there in January. That's a lot of immigrants do that anyway, and they visit their family. That's what he did.
Do those immigrants' licensed premises get a summary suspension while they're in Yemen?
It could happen because they have an employee that's working here.
And then if you're sitting in my seat, would you give that person another license?
Let me explain, but let me finish. Because he normally goes there for 2-3 months. When he saw that there was an issue at this location, he cut his vacation time away from his family, came back, addressed the matter, paid $30,000, borrowed that money, paid almost $55,000 with legal costs and interest and everything. He got rid of the cigarettes. He fired the guy, okay? He does not have cigarettes or any of the 3 locations, or not even the one that he's applying for. No longer cigarettes are being sold, okay? And anything else. He's changing his operation from a convenience store, with cigarettes and stuff, into a deli and a grocery. He's adding deli there. So there's a reason why. And then the 82nd Candy Corp is right down the block. That's why he's applying for the one in this location. That's all. So it's a very
The members are ready to vote. The members are ready to vote. Commissioner Pan?
I'm going to vote to deny.
Commissioner No? Commissioner Porter?
Yeah, this is I'm voting to deny as well.
And Chairman Bradley.
I'm voting to deny as well. There's just, the fact that neither one of these licenses ended up on the application, and then the fact that the one that he says the cashier at was summary, leads me to believe he doesn't actually own that one, and we're gonna find that out, I think. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Next is 3139, that's Red Door 1 Inc.
Timothy Allenwick for the applicant. With me is Joseph Osagi.
This has been here all day.
So, Mr. Allen, let me ask you something. Did I read this correct, that the occupancy of this place is 8?
Correct.
This could be the smallest place we've ever been asked to license. All right.
Set whatever record we can, I guess.
Absolutely.
What is the nonprofit?
So we provided the bylaws. It's a. It's for
No, I want your
support-
client to, I
Okay.
actually want your client to explain
Sure.
what is the business, what is the model here, what's going on?
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, the board. We try to put together a committee for our immigrant from Benin, Nigeria, whereby we can educate some of the issue that is going on in our country. We're trying to bring idea together so that we can control the immigrants that are living, Nigeria, taking the Mediterranean Sea. We're trying to, put a model together every month so that we can be meeting, and then send someone over there to educate them.
I see. So is there a not-for-profit status that exists? Like, did you apply for a not-for-profit organization?
Yes.
Yeah, we provided the filing receipt and the bylaws from New York State that were done in 2018. And it's stamped on the filing receipt, not for profit.
Did you get the status? Because it takes like 2 months to get this from the Department of State.
I checked with the Department of State Register. They're registered as a not-for-profit.
They are registered.
Right, the confusion started because.
It's called the Red Door.
The confusion started because the principal was listed as a stockholder.
Oh, I see.
Which.
That was my mistake.
Right, but you're
I
the
looked up
principal
Red
of
Door
the
1
nonprofit.
Inc., and it says it's registered as a not-for-profit
Okay.
in New York State.
So what is Doris?
What is who?
Doris, which is on your door.
Oh, that was a lady that was living upstairs, but she's no longer there.
Ah, okay, got it. So are there specific hours where you plan to host these meetings, or?
You said like one day a month or something like, didn't you?
Yeah,
Yes.
he's planning on once a month on either Saturday or Sunday to do the events.
Does he understand that he can't sell alcohol to the public on any other day? Or on any day?
Yes. He understands it's just for this organization.
And this is your home?
Correct, Your Honor.
May I have a meeting with council, please?
Yeah, you want to go outside?
We're gonna go, the members are gonna have a pre-conference with the council for a legal issue. We're back on the record after a brief conference with council.
Yeah, can we just clarify, does your client own the building or the apartment, and where does he live?
Only time?
Yeah, you can answer that. You own the building, correct?
Yeah, I own the building. I'm the sole owner, but it's a corporation.
He has an
And are there apartments in the building?
Say that again, Your Honor?
Are there apartments in the building?
It's one apartment upstairs.
Okay, and the space that you want to have the club, is that the space that you live in personally?
No, that's a different space downstairs. I live in Queens.
Okay.
Okay, all right. We're gonna toss this over to the next hearing.
Look, now that it's not an issue.
What's that?
Now that it's not an issue.
So you're saying the space that the club is gonna occupy is an empty space that you do not live in, but you do own the building it's in?
That's correct.
And then the club is gonna lease that space from you?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Do you have a lease or?
No, yeah, we have that lease.
You have a lease? Do you have, do they have? No, does he have a lease or?
We have a lease from the company that this gentleman owns for the building, to the club.
It's a club.
Yep.
It's a tiny club, but it's a club.
All right, I'm good.
All right,
Okay, I'll vote to approve then.
I vote to approve.
Chairman Bradley.
I vote to approve, but Mr. Allen, make sure he understands, this can only be used for that one thing and those 8 people that are coming in there, that's it.
Absolutely. I'll go
There's
over.
there's no private parties, there's no public people from the neighborhood coming in. It's only club members of that organization.
Yes, thank you.
And I guess if they have a guest policy.
Okay.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you. This policy can't be invite more than one person at a time.
Next is 3106 Little Mexican Restaurant Inc. I believe this is the one you got the email about it.
Yes, so in this matter, during this meeting, we received a request from the applicant's representative to hold the matter over for an interpreter, right? You need an interpreter?
And you need a Spanish interpreter, correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
This was after our other interpreter had already left.
Okay.
So we're gonna hold this over until January 4th.
Okay, thank you.
What number is that?
3106.
The next is 3076 New Eastern Pearl Inc.
Good afternoon, my name is Sam Park. I'm the representative New Eastern Pearl INC, and this is applicant owners.
Hi, my name is Charlie Chen. I'm the owner of New Eastern Pearl.
Do we have the history of DIY karaoke?
We just looked.
Funny you should ask that because Commissioner Fan asked me for that this.
What did you find out?
Maybe you asked me
It's
for
okay.
the history of.
It was okay, right? No. Well, no, the previous location had a.
No, you wanted, I gave you the history of DIY karaoke. That's
Oh,
what
yeah,
you
no,
wanted.
I wrote that down. What number are we?
These two, it's
So let me-
3076.
Let me
They
give it
both
to you.
work there.
Yeah,
Give it to all of you then.
I had it written down.
3076.
Oh, yeah, here we go. They paid $12,000. While they were manager, there were 2 cases. Non-bona fide in 2018, failure to conform unauthorized purchase of liquor, unlicensed storage, and then some local regulations. They offered $10,000 and we countered $12,000, which was accepted. And then they had a workers' comp violation also while they were managers of this other place, $2,500 paid in penalty. The violation was between 2017 and 2018. That's the history of the location that they were.
Right.
Right.
Are you familiar with the history of the location you're trying to get a license for?
No.
The previous license here was revoked, and then 2 applications were denied for cause.
Was it like almost 7 years, more than 7 years? Was it vacant long time? And
Yeah,
so-
it was probably vacant a long time, but your client has been associated with another place that has some significant history. Who else is doing this with you?
So I'm the sole owner.
You're
This
the
is
sole
my-
owner?
Yes.
How
come there's another person on the license with you?
No, so. Hold on just for a second, please.
Okay.
The applicant was the cashier at the place with the adverse history.
Mm-hmm.
The person they're proposing to be the manager is the manager of the place with all that adverse history that Commissioner Fan just mentioned.
But she worked at that place too, right?
As a cashier.
Cashier, right. And so you're the one who put up all the money for this?
Yes.
Where did you get it?
I have been working for a long time, various jobs, but the most recent one is at a laboratory in Farmingdale on Long Island. I've been working there since.
How much did you save to open this place?
Well, it wasn't much. It was an empty building, so it was really working it out with the landlord to purchase set up a deal to lease the location itself. I passed by the area,
So why don't we go back to the question I asked, which was how much money did you save to open the place?
It was a good amount. I've been, probably it was. I'm trying to remember.
You don't remember how much you
It's
saved for your
about-
business venture?
No, it's about 150. Yeah.
150,000?
Yes.
Okay.
But this application only says you're spending $28,000.
That's a C.
Yet the lease is $15,000 a month, and I'm assuming you had to put up a security deposit, which is probably another $15,000, which means you're actually in the red already for $2,000 before you've even opened your doors.
Yes. I have a loan, so I have an equity on my house right now. That helps to pay for this.
Where's that paperwork?
Well, I don't have that here with me, but.
And why would you need the equity on the house if you already saved $150,000?
Well, that was just in case, because of the situation, we're waiting for the license to be approved. Obviously, the location is not open right now. I have to have something to, available.
So
make sure
I don't know whose problem, well, I know whose problem it is, but I don't know who's responsible for this. But when we ask what the investment is in the establishment, we're looking for the full investment. You didn't even give us 20% of what you said you invested in this place, which I don't know whether you're lying to me or you're not lying to me. I don't know whether you told your attorney and he messed it up or you didn't tell your attorney. I don't know. But the other possibility which jumps into my mind is that someone else is giving you money for this that we don't have on the license. And that's my concern.
Yeah, I think I agree with Chairman. I'm going to vote to deny.
Commissioner Ford?
I was going to vote to approve.
Chairman Bradley?
I'm going to vote to deny. I think she's clearly indicated she's invested $150,000. The application indicates she's invested $28,000. There's clearly a $122,000 discrepancy there, and I don't know where that is. So it leads me to believe there is another owner of this as well.
Next is 3100. That's Marcia Gold LLC. There's pulled over twice for the licensing.
Like a sensible store. She's cashier too.
No, the lawyer.
I know.
It's simple.
Why are you messing it up for her?
Good afternoon. Michael James appearing for the licensee, Marcia Gold. With me is the owner, Shante Fleming. We were directed to appear, my client was directed to appear before you.
So who, I don't know who asked for this, I may have asked for it. Who was swinging the gun around?
Okay, so it's an interesting set of facts. I could let, it was her friend.
I'm
Short
sure it
story.
is.
Yeah, it is. Short story, short answer, it was one of her friends that she had to call in because of the two gentlemen that came to the store. I'll tell it, she could tell it, but I'll tell it. The two gentlemen came to the store, they were belligerent, and they did not want to provide ID to purchase alcohol. She denied them service. She told them she could not serve them, and they would have to leave. They became aggressive. She did call her friend into the store who was nearby to get them to leave. They left, and then she had stepped out for a minute, and they came back, assuming hoping to see her. Now, this is an open store plan. She said this is not the first time that people have tried to take advantage of the situation and be aggressive, and so she was not in the store at the time.
Why don't we go back to the gun, and instead of trying to make an excuse, where did she get the gun?
No, she did not have a gun, and that's what I'm getting from.
The police department executed a search warrant at the store and recovered a gun.
So if I may, I did read that police report, and it wasn't inside of the store. It was behind the store in a backyard, which was close by. We're not denying or fighting that there was.
I just want to know, was the gun legal, and who got arrested?
It was the person that she had called to try to just help her out. It was not her. She had no knowledge of a gun at all.
So she called the guy to bring a gun down?
No, that's not the case. He was really outside of the store when this happened. It just happenstance that he was there.
Is that the facts we have, that the gun was recovered outside? Because I don't remember that.
That's not what it says. Inside the licensed premise by police.
It wasn't inside, it was outside.
That's not, and I did read the police report as well.
And
I did
they
not.
called me.
Yeah, I did not get that it was inside. It was recovered from inside of the store.
Did your friend get arrested?
Correct. He did the honorable thing and stayed, and he did not, try to put it off on someone else or her.
You mean besides throwing the gun in the backyard, he did the honorable thing?
Why don't we?
He could have run.
Yeah, he could have, but then
You bought the store? Did
See,
she
here's the
buy
deal.
the store?
Somebody called the police on him.
Yeah, and Chairman, you take.
So yeah, he could have
so your
run, whatever. But you don't start swinging a gun around. That
We're
clearly is illegal.
The police report does say it was outside, the gun was recovered outside.
Oh, okay, that's good. You bought the store?
No.
Or you came here, we gave you the store?
Yes, correct.
All right,
The
well,
person, by the way, who was wielding the gun apparently resides with the police.
Oh, so it's not a friend, it's your boyfriend.
That's not correct. Well,
It was somebody that I was seeing off and on. Like he said, the people came into the store, they made me uncomfortable. I called somebody to come so that I can leave because I am a woman, and those were two big men in there wanting alcohol that I would not serve them. He did come. When he came, I left. I guess the gentleman came back and was being belligerent to him. I guess they saw that it was somebody else in the store, so maybe they thought that they can get liquor without the ID after I told them no. And he wouldn't provide them any alcohol either. But he didn't even know that those were the two guys that just originally, tried to come at me. So when they came back in the store and they tried to get the alcohol with no ID, and he was telling them the same thing, no, you cannot have the alcohol without ID.
All right, so let's just make sure that the guns that are in your store,
There's no
going
guns in my
forward,
store.
have licenses.
Yes, sir, but there's no guns in my store, sir.
Well,
all right.
and please just, if there are conflicts, you need to figure out how you're gonna resolve it.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't want this
Me neither.
to come up again.
I don't either.
You just opened the store,
Exactly. Yes, ma'am.
so you don't wanna lose this whole thing.
I don't.
Right.
Okay, just
Yes.
be careful.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. Thank you.
I'll accept.
I'll accept as well.
All right, so it's been accepted.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Next is 3146. This is 215 CHRYSTIE LLC and IS Christie. Management LLC, and JJ Hospitality 2 LLC.
Good afternoon. Donald Bernstein on behalf of the licensee. This is an application made by the Public Hotel at 215 Christie Street, a hotel owned by Mr. Ian Schrager. It's been licensed since, I believe, 2017. This application is a change in method of operation. There is a small outdoor area in front of the hotel within the property line on Christie Street. It is surrounded by both the walkway to the entrance of the hotel and shrubbery on each side. The original license included this outdoor space with a maximum occupancy of 40 people with a midnight closing, and the agreed method of operation was that it would not include wait staff. If anybody sitting in that area wanted food or beverage, including alcohol, they would have to go inside to either the cafe or the restaurant, get it themselves, and bring it outside. We made 2 applications this year. One was an application for approval of alterations to add some more seating there to increase it from 40 to 60. The change in method of operation application only asks that wait staff be permitted to come outside and bring food and beverage. The obvious reason for this is it is safer for the patrons. Even with restaurants open now, there are patrons that would prefer not to go inside to get food. So it is safer to have 1 or 2 wait staff assigned to the space, let them come out, take an order, and bring the food and beverage to the people that are already approved to be seating there. It also
Under
gives us
that line of thinking, then it's also safer to keep it at 40 than add it up to 60 and have them all tighter together.
Possibly true, Mr. Chairman. The alteration was already approved to add the additional seating, but if that's critical to your thinking.
Oh, that's not here for us?
So
the alteration was
hold on,
approved.
Mr. Bernstein, just hold on just for a second, please. So the alteration to add the seating was approved by the licensing board. It probably shouldn't have.
Yeah, because it's a stipulation. How can they do it?
They shouldn't have. But what is before you, though, is to actually allow the increase in the number of people. So right now, they can have the additional seats, just can't have people sitting in the seats.
We've done that before. Awesome.
Well, and they also.
But it should not have,
Remember, we
it
did
should
that
not
in
have
the
been
hotel?
approved.
On a roof deck?
Yeah, it
We
should
did
have
like the
come
number
up
of
with
people on it?
Aren't they also asking for wait staff? Wait staff of food and beverages in the garden area?
So there's two parts to this. They're asking for the wait staff to come into the area and also to increase the number of patrons in the area.
Oh, so all we did was approve the alteration to put in 60 seats there.
Right, but that should come with this, though.
Right, I get it. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Bernstein.
The most critical part of the application is to allow the wait staff service. If there's an issue with increasing the occupancy from 40 to 60, and you'd like to, we would take 50. That would be fine.
I don't see a big deal.
Ready to vote?
Yes.
How big is this space? From 40 to 60?
Mr. Fan, I don't have the square footage. I think we submitted a plan with the alteration application.
Yeah, I know, I saw that, but it doesn't have dimensions on it.
I don't have the square footage. It's not large, but it can accommodate the 40 to 60 people without crowding.
And did the community board clearly doesn't support this, but did you go to the community board or you just inquired?
No, we sent notice to the community board. We went to the community board. There were 2 residents. They had received 2 letters from residents of 10 Stanton Street that had complained about garbage pickup late at night. There were some other comments that they made. None of them had to do with the particular space that we're seeking to license. There were some, frankly, comments made about the economic disparity between the patrons of the hotel and the residents of the building. I don't think any of that has to do with the issues that we appear before you. That's a entirely different set of facts or issues, but that was their perception, and the community board just deferred to the residents that spoke. In their resolution, they gave no reason specific to this outdoor space or occupancy or anything of that matter.
Okay. All right, Donald.
And the community board, they voted to support this?
No.
They did not,
Yeah,
right?
right. Yeah, correct. No, I said they clearly don't.
They do not, okay, that's what I thought, okay.
I would note that we did a 311 search, and since the hotel was licensed in 2000, or operated since 2018, there were only 2 311 calls. The only violations issued against the hotel since it's been operating, I think, were failure to post, which was obviously something that was easily corrected and was corrected.
Failure to what?
Failure to post. I think warning signs.
Oh, I see.
Oh, I see.
There's nothing recently from the community board. I've seen anything from 2016.
That's the thing is, I don't see a letter of them saying.
No, we don't, I don't think we have. No, he's telling us that they didn't support it. We don't have
They
anything.
didn't support it.
No, right, he's saying
But
that.
how come they didn't send us a thing that says we don't?
I don't know, was there a reason they didn't send anything in, Tom?
I don't know.
But we don't have anything.
We didn't receive anything.
Okay. All right.
Commissioner Stan, ready to vote?
Yeah, I'm gonna vote to approve.
And Commissioner Ford
I vote to approve as well.
and Chairman Ballard.
I'll vote to approve.
Thank you. Have a good holiday.
Well, you too, Mr. Bernstein.
Next is 3103. That's Salrenzo Enterprises LLC. This was held over from November 23rd.
Say those 31.
03, 31 and 30.
That please.
Look, please.
Good afternoon, my name is Frank Palolo. David at the podium?
Yeah. If you could also introduce her, who's with you.
Good afternoon, my name is Frank Palolo. Good afternoon, James Shiano. And what you doing? Christopher Karakowski, I'm the president and owner of Chatham Security.
Okay.
So this place was canceled by us back in January, is that correct?
Yep.
Okay.
Correct, for COVID violations.
What number of cases is this, I'm sorry?
3103. But the last 2 licenses, or the license 2 licenses ago at this place was also canceled in 2017. So they seem to be having a pretty good string.
And this is going to be an adult club, same as before?
I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, Mr. Chairman. I didn't hear, I heard you say they were licensed. What was the last word?
I said they have a pretty good run going at this location.
Well, you know,
Being canceled.
to be honest,
The last 2, no, I'm not saying he does. I'm saying they have, at this location, the landlord has a pretty good run. The last 2 licenses were canceled.
well, it's funny that you say that because, you know, I think I may have licensed this location or represented the applicant more than any other location in my career. This particular location, I think it was licensed for 40 years or 30 years. And you are correct, the last couple of operators were knuckleheads. But over the course of the years, for years, the place operated successfully. I've known the landlord for, like I've said, almost 40 years. And he's a decent guy who's just trying to get the place operating. The last license was canceled after about 8 months of operation.
And then the other guy only made it slightly longer than that.
I think the last one was 2 years. Am I wrong? I could be wrong, but I thought it was a couple of years.
No, like that's 2 years to me is slightly longer.
No, it was, the first one was canceled after 1 year. Then there was a guy a licensee who paid 40 grand in penalties. And then the next one was licensed for just less than 2 years.
So the 40 grand.
No, actually less than
a year.
Less than a year, yeah.
Yeah, and the 40 grand knocked the other guy out.
Actually, that 40 grand was paid by the last licensee. That was in the contract.
They do have community boards.
I don't think they have a choice.
Yeah.
So, can I speak to your client for a second?
Of course.
So, Why do you want a strip club?
It's an excellent business opportunity.
Even though all the businesses there had failed, as you
Yes,
just
they
heard?
did. The last few have failed. The lion's share of the one that were opened were successful because it was ran correctly.
Because it was what?
It was ran correctly, I mean, obviously.
It was run correctly.
Commissioner, I'm not sure you heard what he said. He said in the past, it was successful because it was operated correctly. The last two operators were not, obviously. Sorry.
No,
were not operating.
it's actually the last 3 operators, not the last 2.
I'm having trouble remembering the third one, to be honest. Remember the last
55 Long Island Corp. just let it expire in 5/31/2020, but as Tom pointed out, he paid $40,000
Right,
in
so isn't
fines,
that
or somebody did.
Right, but
So
isn't that
it was Goldfingers, it was Privileged Gentleman Club.
right? Goldfingers I did not represent. Sorry, I don't know anything about that. Okay.
But that, to her point, it's been almost 7 years and 3 people have failed miserably at it.
And so who's Lisa? Lisa is
Lisa's my mom.
Lisa is your mom. Okay. And she is part of this because
I put her on my bank account. It's just my mom and I here. So I put her on my bank account. I had to list her as someone on my bank account.
Okay.
That's the only reason. It's a Ridgewood account, and she's on it.
Okay.
If you'd like to hear from our security.
Can I?
Of course.
And what experience do you have in this area?
I ran and managed a restaurant for over 10 years in Freeport, Long Island, which controlled back of the house, front of the house. I dealt with employees, I dealt with disgruntled customers, and I dealt with happy customers. And there was alcohol served there as well. There are very few things I didn't see, but I saw my lion's share of problems too. It's all how you handle them.
I would not, so the examiner did not include the licensees before these last 3. I'm just taking a quick look, and there's some with significant history and others with no history.
Yeah, right.
Mr. Palillo, it says here that the rent is $7,426 a year. I'm assuming that's wrong. It's a month.
You know, I didn't notice that. It's definitely a month.
Yeah.
I think that's the letter of intent.
Sorry. Go ahead.
I think that's the letter of intent. The lease still has to be drawn and signed.
So you're a money manager?
Yes.
And are you going to stop doing that?
Actually, that's kind of a set it and forget it business. You know, except for the continued growth, I don't revisit much of those accounts unless they're closed. And you know, I'll be at this establishment full time. This affords me the opportunity to be here full time.
Okay.
So I don't understand that. So you're going to keep your accounts, but there's just not a lot of activity in the accounts?
No, the business I have currently, as I'm sitting here today, it's functioning. I won't visit it till Friday or Monday of next week. It's an ongoing business that it's debits and credits. You know, if you're not growing, you're shrinking. But as I put on more accounts, I'm growing. But I choose to go after this business, which will require my full attention. So I guess
you don't have, as a money manager, then I'm misunderstanding what you're doing. You don't have clients in that other business and managing their investments.
Sure, I do. I have
So
their money.
Don't they demand some level of attention?
Of course, absolutely they do. That attention is kind of if you have money invested with anyone, it's not something I visit every day, but rather quarterly.
So
compensation is paid to them monthly.
who's actually going to be running this place? Because you know you're obviously a business person, but you don't have any. Do you have a manager who's going to be running this place with you?
Of course, no. This establishment will require management as well as staff, which I would have to interview. I will be at this establishment every day. Again, this is my primary business, and this will be the big part of my life. I have, 2 young kids, and this is something that I'm going into with both feet. It's a pretty big leap. I think possibly the reason that the ones before me have failed. This requires full attention. Can I also point out one thing? We made a bathroom waiver request, and we do need one. There's only one public bathroom. The 2 bathrooms upstairs are back of house. That whole area upstairs is back of house. That's not for the public.
This whole place has 1 bathroom all these years?
Yeah. Yes.
What's the
The whole
occupancy?
place.
A lot of women that are going.
What's the occupancy?
So they have their own locker room.
What's
The occupancy is 65, I believe.
Wait. Your application says there are restrooms on the 2nd floor.
Yeah, but they're not public. They're not, that's the dressing room upstairs.
Is the private rooms upstairs, Tom?
No,
No,
I
it's
just want to see what was presented in the application.
There are no private rooms upstairs. In the whole establishment. Are there no private rooms in the entire establishment?
All right, let me talk to the security individual.
Good afternoon.
What's your background?
I'm retired from the NYPD. I served 22 years. And I retired in 2016 and started into the security field.
And where are you coming from?
As far as?
Well, you're now working for this guy. Where were you prior to that?
Well, this is my company.
Oh, so you have multiple clients and you have people that work for you?
Correct.
So you sent security guards all over the place?
Correct.
Okay. And were you the security guard at this place last time?
I have no prior dealings with this.
Okay.
Good.
Ready to vote?
Yes.
I don't know if she's.
I'm gonna vote to approve.
Commissioner Ford,
I vote to approve as well.
Chairman Bradley.
I'll vote to approve.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Well, good luck.
Good night.
Thank you. Happy holidays.
Same to you.
Next is 3125, that's 17 Stone Street LLC.
Introduce yourself.
I'm Ashim Sengupta. I'm the owner of the 17 Stone Street LLC.
Been offering compromise before you.
Sorry, what number?
That is 3125.
Did they fix the items?
Yes, and the items that still need to be fixed, we'll be addressing as far as the method of operation change.
Which ones are fixed and which ones still need to be fixed?
Security guards need to be fixed. I don't believe this board or the community board will approve changes in the method of operation involving DJs and things like that. So we're going to fix the security issues first, security guard issues first.
I mean, and all I was gonna say is, he applied to us in 2017 to be a restaurant. It's quite obvious to me, I've never been in a restaurant, to be honest with you, that has bottle service, unless you're ordering a bottle of wine at the table. He has now DJs, he's operating hours past the stipulations, he had security guards, which probably in a restaurant aren't needed, but in a nightclub they are. It is obvious, based on this one case, that this guy is operating this place as a nightclub. I don't know if we have a pending case or not, but the next time he comes in here with similar stuff, he's done.
May I speak?
And then he has the hookah as well, which I know he can't even get a permit for, but go ahead.
I was just going to say, you're correct, Mr. Chairman. My client is aware of exactly what you're saying because he's heard it from me already. But let me just say, I mean, listen, it's no excuse. It was after COVID. He was doing things that he shouldn't have been doing in an attempt to keep the business afloat. We're not going to be doing that anymore. There's no hookah, no DJs.
All right.
I also should point out, while I don't disagree with you, I think all of Investigator Chevali's show people eating. All Investigator Chevali's photos show customers eating at tables. So it's not like it ceased to be a restaurant.
I can't understand a word you're saying. It's because of the mask. Say that again.
If you look at the bill of particulars provided by counsel's office, you will find that there are photographs taken by Investigator Chevali showing customers eating food I don't disagree with you. The method of operation has bent, but it didn't stop being a restaurant. It just did things in addition to being a restaurant, which he can't do and will no longer do.
Okay, but cut the boozy brunches.
Yeah.
Cut the DJ advertising, all of that.
Yeah.
Did we have that conversation in my office?
Yeah?
So,
Great,
Commissioner
thank
Payne.
you. I'll accept.
Yeah, I'll accept.
Accept.
Can I just note that the New Year's Eve permit was disapproved for these premises because of this proceeding? I will have a checkup to the Secretary's office by Friday morning and request reconsideration of the New Year's Eve permit.
I missed that one.
Okay, no, he said there's something that we didn't get approved because
What's
of
the New
this
Year's Eve
pandemic.
New Year's Eve.
Oh, yes, okay, that'll end up in,
Do I have
that'll
to
end
keep a
up
mask
in,
on while
Yes,
I'm presenting?
that'll end up in front of me and it'll be fine.
Please
Go
put
ahead
your
and
mask back on.
resubmit the recon on that as quick as you can.
I will.
Thank
That's what my
you.
wife says, Tom. Have a good time.
Thank you.
Next is 3043, SGRILL Plan A Group LLC.
Yep, 43.
3043.
I know.
COVID violation, office compromise.
I'm good.
Accept.
Accept.
Next is 3156, that's Walter's Garden.
COVID violation, offering compromise.
I'll accept.
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 Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.
Oh, happy holidays.
Have
bye.
fun in Florida.
Yeah, I wish.
I wish he said.
Next is 3145, CHU-KOU number 2, Restaurant Corp.
Sorry, Commissioner.
What number? I'm sorry.
It is 3145.
Thank you.
What's your name?
30, William Alba.
Are you the father or son?
I'm the son.
Okay. I'm okay with it.
Yeah.
I'll vote to approve.
I'll vote to approve as well.
Were you guys aware of this?
Hold on.
That he had a license summarized and canceled in
Oh,
20?
no.
He says it was voluntary surrender.
Now, here's the story. The father has multiple licenses. Two of them, one was Don Q, and the other was,
Makers or?
I'm sorry?
Not makers.
Yeah, Makers.
Yeah.
They were both summarily suspended early on in the pandemic. They filed a lawsuit to get the suspensions lifted. Ultimately, that was denied. We cut a deal where they agreed to cancellation on the one and paid a large fine on the other.
Okay.
We obviously decided that the father could continue to operate at least one of them. And this is another license the father has who wants to change the corporation so that the son can be. That's fine.
No, I thought the son was on those licenses.
He's on one,
Yeah.
and that license was also summaried in 2020. He was on one of the ones that, so you got two summary suspensions during COVID. Your family, I should say. Your father got one and you got one.
So to clarify everything, one, Makers was under my name by myself, and then I was partners with my father in Don Q.
He's under both licenses that were summarily suspended.
Correct. So I was on both. This was during the early, like you said, during the pandemic, about a year and a half ago. So the situation was to get back, they both were suspended. To get back the license at Don Q, I ended up paying $50,000 and surrendering the license. That was the deal that we worked on, just so I can continue one. So I actually had to lose one business to be able to continue. I'm still on that license right now. The reason why we're changing the corporate change to my name is because my dad recently had cancer and is getting ready to retire. So he's kind of just working down all his businesses, passing it down to the family.
Okay. Yeah, keep running this one as it's being run, please.
Yes.
Alright, so it's
No,
approved.
no, of course, definitely. I have two brand new twin babies, and life has changed during the pandemic, and life has changed. So
All right, good
definitely,
luck.
thank you so much.
Thank you.
So Jonathan, that's all I have. Is there anything else?
You're done, no, you're done, you'll get mail, it's all approved. Good night. I'm gonna take 2 minutes though, and then you can talk to Jonathan.
Jonathan, you have anything else signed in?
No, that's it.
Thank you.
We're gonna get We're back on the record after a brief recess. All right, so go with the rundown. 3042, is a request for reconsideration.
I'll go to 2,500.
Commissioner Ford.
He did make the offer, right? Yeah.
He offered 3,500 to a letter from a lawyer who now says it was his distinct impression it was 1,000.
What did you say, Commissioner Fan, 2,500?
Yeah.
I'll do 2,500.
Chairman Brown.
I'm just denying the recon.
Next is 304445.
This license was renewed, yeah.
I'm at 7,000. I'll accept.
Commissioner Ford.
Accept.
And Chairman Brown.
I'll accept.
3047, it's a no contest.
I'm at 1,000.
Commissioner Ford.
1,000.
Chairman Brown.
1,000.
3048, it's an offer of $4,500.
How come they won't change their name to Wild? I've attached the assumed name certificate,
DBA Wild, yeah.
but they need to change their DBA, is that what this is?
Yeah, there's a process for that. They submit a letter application to the licensing bureau to get it changed.
Okay, so they need to do that now.
Otherwise, you're good to accept?
Yeah.
All right, same here.
Accept.
Yep.
I've had a, I'm not gonna say anything until we go off actually. Well, I can't say. I just got notified that a password I've had since April of this year.
Ryan, can we just go off the record for a second?
You get me more
How do you remember 14?
We're back on the record after a brief recess.
I have to write them down, and
Next
it changes
is
all the time as well.
30, 49, 50, 51, and 52.
I know,
It's
it's
an
true.
offer of $15,000.
I'll accept 15.
Commissioner Ford.
I'll accept.
Accept.
3053, that's an offer of cancellation and
I'll
bond.
accept cancel and bond.
Accept.
Accept.
3054, it's an offer of 1,500.
1,500.
1,500.
1,500 accept.
3056, it's an offer of 8,500.
I'll accept.
Commissioner Ford.
It's a New Year's Eve party that kind of got out of hand, is that what it is? No.
I'll accept.
I'll accept.
3058, it's an offer of $4,000.
4,000 accept.
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 3059, it's a request for reconsideration.
I will reconsider and accept 2,000.
I'll do the same.
That's where I was to begin with, so 2,000.
3060, it's an offer of 2,000.
Accept.
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 Mr. Kang, you said accept.
Yep.
3062 is an offer of 1,200.
1,200, accept.
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 3064, it's a request for reconsideration.
And
Let me
Gary
just-
wants this back?
Let me just put this on the record. So I checked the certified mail number, which we have now. We clearly stamped it as received on July 2nd, which was after the board ruled on the default. But according to the United States Postal Service, it was delivered on May 5th, 2 months early. I don't know whether that's Postal Service.
Delivered to us 2 months early?
At our address, but it only says the building, so I have no idea
All
why
right.
it was delayed, but the licensee's story that he sent in a not guilty plea is corroborated by that, so I don't think a default is appropriate. It needs to come back to our office, my
Okay.
office, and then we'll see if he wants to settle or go to hearing.
Back to the council's office.
This is 3064?
Yeah. So we need to vacate the default.
Back to council's office.
Got it.
Yeah.
Yep.
3065, it's an offer of cancellation.
I would say cancel.
Cancel and bond, right?
Yep.
Cancellation.
Well, it's just-
No,
Bond
Just
not mail.
cancellation.
Yeah,
Just cancellation.
Oh, we already took the bond?
yes.
Okay, just cancel for the
Yep.
record.
For the record. 3066, it's an offer of cancellation and bond claim, $10,000 bond claim.
10,000 or 1,000?
The offer just said cancel and bond, the bond for a C wholesaler is $10,000.
Which this is just crazy,
Wow.
because this license, you can't get these anymore. It disappears. Once this happens, you can't reapply for it.
Oh.
That's why we have several hundred of them in safekeeping, because they're basically assets.
Right.
Do we take the whole bond, or do we only take the penalty that would be appropriate for the sale of money?
Well, the penalty for a sale of minor would be $10,000, the maximum penalty.
So we take the max.
So we take the whole bond.
I mean, he could have,
Offered.
should have offered less than that, but didn't.
Okay. You should have just,
You could have offered less than that.
He could have
Surrender.
said cancellation and $5,000 bond claim, or cancellation and $1,000 bond claim. That's not the offer though.
all right, go ahead, Donald.
All right.
So set the offer?
Yes.
Yep. 3067, it's an offer of 6,500.
6,500, accept.
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 3068 and 69, it's an offer of 2,500.
2,500.
Accept.
Accept.
3070, it's an offer of 3,000.
3,000, accept.
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 3071, it's a no contest default.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
3072, it's an offer of cancellation.
Cancel and bond.
Accept.
Accept.
3073, it's an offer of 2,000.
2,000, accept.
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 3074, it's an offer of cancel and bond.
Accept.
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 3078, it's an offer of cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Uh, 3079, it's an offer of cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
3080, it's an offer of 1,500.
Accept.
Yeah, I was gonna do 1,000.
You want to do it?
I'll go with 1,000.
All right, 1,000.
Uh, 3081, it's an offer of 1,500.
I think that's, I would do 800.
800.
800.
3082, premises application.
This is a percentage thing.
Yeah, but it's a municipality.
Oh, so it's okay?
Yes. It's convoluted, but it's
Is it
okay.
gonna otherwise be approved, do we know that?
Yeah, that's.
Or do you just wanna send it back to license?
What do you mean?
It's not a third-party provider issue. So, but I don't know that.
No, but this is for us to approve the license.
Right.
So why would we send it back to licensing?
Because the only reason it ended up in front of you was an issue that's not an issue.
He doesn't want them to have a full board license if they don't need a full board.
No, it is an issue, because it's over 12%. It's over 10%.
I thought you said that maybe I misunderstood.
Oh, no, because of the sublease. I see what you're saying.
So, I went through the leases as best I could. The percentage clause is only in the lease with this licensee and the subtenant. The next two leases don't have a percentage clause. So this isn't a situation where it's a pass-through to the government entity getting the percentage. Those are the ones we would just sign off on up to 20%.
So it has to be rejected then? Well, it's over the 10%
Right.
because the entity that's receiving the 12% is not a public entity.
Right. Yes.
Okay, I completely misunderstood.
Unless you would decide that somehow, when you do all the math, it's not more than 10%.
8% up to 2 million, 10% over 2 million.
So
Starting in 2022, it'll be the minimum base will be adjusted at 75% of the amount of the percentage rent the year before, but never less than 36,000.
So under the third-party provider advisory, they're supposed to submit a statement with a projection of what their revenues are, so that they can demonstrate that it's not more than 10% of total revenue.
And we've had that, before that advisory, we've asked them to come in and explain to us how it won't ever exceed 10%.
All right, then have them come in, or put one of those statements in.
Jeremy, 1/4.
Yeah.
Applicant to appear for a statement.
With a statement, and to establish that either this is not ever, that the rent amount will never be above 10%, based on their projections for revenue.
To follow the third-party provider advisory.
Who's that?
Next is 30, 83, and 84. It's a default hearing.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
30, 85, and 86. This went to hearing. ALJ sustained the charges.
I'm at 21,000.
Is that 21?
21,000.
21,000?
21,000.
21,000, sustain the charges.
21,000 it is.
3087, this went to hearing. The ALJ sustained the charges.
So the next item is also the same licensee. Sustain these charges. Wow. I'm at 3,000.
I'll do 3,000 too, based on history.
I was at 4,500, I'll stick with 4,500.
4,500,
Yeah.
and sustain the charges?
Yes.
So the next one is 3088. You said it's the same licensee. This went to hearing. The ALJ sustained charge 1 and dismissed charge 2.
Want me to say something about the legal issue?
Yeah.
So the charge 2 was dismissed, and the ALJ, in her opinion, stated that she found that the building of an outdoor structure wasn't an act of failure to supervise, and therefore dismissed the charge. But she's interpreted Executive Order 202.81 to make the building of a structure that is open on two sides illegal, whereas in reality, Executive Order 202.81 makes service inside illegal, and that's subject to a Department of Health guidance that says it's inside service if your structure is not open on three sides, not open on two sides. So the ALJ's misinterpretation led to the dismissal based on what she wrote. And there's evidence in her opinion that supports the notion that they were serving inside this place. She cites the testimony of the investigator and some pictures that there was dining taking place inside the structure. So that legal error is what led, in my view anyway, what led to the dismissal of the failure to supervise structure.
Yeah, and I agree with Gary. Charge 2 should not have been dismissed, should be sustained.
Yep.
All right, sustain 1 and 2
Yeah.
for me.
Yep.
I was at 5,000.
5,000.
5,000.
3089, went to hearing, ALJ sustained the charges.
Sustain the charges.
Sustain the charges, I'm at 2,000.
2,000.
Same here, right on the nose.
30, 90, and 91 went to hearing, and ALJ sustained charges number 1 and 3 in the first proceeding, and both charges in the second proceeding.
Dismiss charge 2 of the second proceeding, I'm at 4,000.
I mean, first proceeding, right?
First proceeding.
Sorry, first proceeding.
Yeah. Would you say 2,000?
I said 4,000.
Oh, 4,000.
I'll do the same.
Okay, 4,000.
3092, it's an offer of 6,500.
6,500.
6,500.
6,500 accept.
3093, it's an offer of 1,500.
1,500, I said.
1,500.
1,500 accept.
3094, it's a no contest.
So I read this, I think it should be based on their reasoning, a letter of warning. However, they do have a stipulation that the windows are supposed to be closed and inoperable, and I expect them to remain so going forward.
Commissioner,
I'm okay with that.
Yes.
letter of warning.
Yes, letter of warning.
3095, it's an offer of 500.
500, I said.
500.
Give me just 1 second, my pad crapped me for a second here. 3095, is that the one with letter of warning?
No, 3094 is the letter of warning. 3095 is offer of 500.
Yes, okay. 3095. 500.
3096, offer of 4,000.
4,000.
4,000.
4,000 accept.
3097, offer of 6,500.
6,500.
6,500.
6,500.
So 3098 and 3099, Chairman Bradley is huge for this. This is an offer of cancellation and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Commissioner Ford, we held this over because after you left,
Oh, yeah.
we didn't have a quorum for ruling on this because Chairman Bradley had to recuse himself.
Cancel and bond.
So 3102, this is a new package for application. We did receive, Secretary's office received an email yesterday. The applicant's withdrawn on behalf.
Really?
Okay.
3102, drawing. One in Carthage?
Yep.
Oh, interesting.
So next is 3105. It's, this went to hearing, the ALJ sustained charges, but the Secretary's office again received a request to adjourn to February
From who?
from the attorney.
The attorney claimed that they just found out about this, which of course they didn't come in and didn't get any notice, which they don't get notice. So I guess they saw it on the calendar. And
But it's still closed.
What?
It's still closed?
It's expired.
Okay.
And
All right, that's fine. Whatever they want. 2-1.
They want the first meeting in February, which is 2/2, right?
1-4.
They asked for 2:30.
And we don't have.
We don't have a 2:30 meeting.
2-2?
No, there can't be a meeting too.
Hold on.
Yeah, there's a meeting on 2-2.
Yes, the Wednesday. Where's my calendar?
So the attorney, I think, clearly didn't understand that it's based on our regularly scheduled meetings.
Yeah, February 2nd.
All right, so put them on 2-2.
2-2. $3107, on premises liquor license.
Town supervisor's report, this looks like just a restaurant. It looks open already. So I'm gonna do, background music only 11 PM across the board. I'll vote to approve.
I'd do the same.
Who is the rep on this?
Mr. Wormkowski. His name came up earlier.
Yeah. I have no problem doing what Commissioner Fan did. I'm just, the application is a complete disaster.
Yeah.
And if they didn't have the support of the town supervisor, I would probably bang it, but.
You said 11 PM, correct?
All right, what the other two commissioners did, I'll agree with.
3109, it's a request for reconsideration.
This is Indian restaurant, I'll go to 1,000.
I was at 1,000 as well.
1,000.
3110 is a no contest default.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond, closed, right?
Yes.
3111, it's an offer of 7,000.
I'll accept.
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 3112, an offer of 1,500.
I'll accept.
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 3113, this went to hearing, the ALJ dismissed the charges.
Yeah, this is another one that I need to make a point on the record. So the ALG dismissed both charges, including the focal point charge. The ALJ's grounds for dismissing the focal point charge were that even though there were significant police visits, which the ALJ discussed and said may very well have distracted the police from other business, because the area is commercial and the neighbors have not complained about activities, licensed premises, and are not adversely affected by the conduct of the licensed premises, the terms of SLA Rule 53.1Q had not been met. And I believe that's a legal error. The Rule 53.1Q has the word or in it. It makes it a violation to either adversely affect the protection, health, welfare, safety, or repose of the inhabitants of the area in which licensed premises are located, or results in licensed premises becoming a focal point for police attention. And the ALJ actually describes in her report how the location had become a focal point for police attention. So the grounds on which she said that the agency, that the State Liquor Authority had not presented evidence are legally incorrect.
So under that theory, why isn't the failure to supervise included in that? Meaning that the focal point would lead to the failure to supervise?
It's certainly.
Because I agree, when I read the case decision, that jumped out at me as well, but I also said overturned failure to supervise.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. I think that the clear error that I noted was that she misinterpreted the rule. But if the board believes, based on reading her decision, that the facts in that decision also support sustaining charge 2 as being, substantial evidence supporting it, then that's fine.
I think they go hand in hand, to be honest about it.
All right, I'll sustain both charges, 5,000.
Commissioner Fan.
Okay, 5,000.
5,000.
All right, everybody back here at 8:30 tomorrow morning and we'll continue this.
We've done that.
We're not doing it today.
This is still early. We've gone like 6 o'clock.
Well, it's not early when I gotta go an hour. She's gotta go 3 hours and he's gotta go 3 hours.
3114, went to hearing, the ALJ sustained the charge.
Except, I'm sorry, 4,000.
4,000. Oh, you were on the same page.
Should I mention that I've had it on mute this time, so we have to redo the whole thing?
Yeah.
Oh my God, don't.
No?
Kidding.
Okay, good.
Paperwork is all over the place.
3115, offer 3,500.
3,500.
3,500.
Accept.
3116, offer 6,000.
6,000.
6,000.
Accept.
3117, 3,000.
Accept 3,000.
Accept.
3119, offer 10,000.
10,000.
10,000.
10,000.
3120, offer 1,500.
1,500.
1,500.
Which one was that? I'm sorry. 31,
20.
3120. Accept.
3122, offer 1,500.
1,500.
1,500.
Accept.
3123, it's an offer 4,000.
4,000.
4,000.
Accept.
3124, it's a default.
Doesn't look like they
Is this
intend to
the
stop here.
second or third or
This is
something?
the third offense.
This
Third
is the
one.
third.
They appear to have paid a fine for the first and second offenses.
God, it's so close. All right, please don't get caught
Actually,
again.
they haven't paid it, but it's been imposed.
I'm at 10,000.
Well, the last one we paid was imposed 11,000.
Yeah, you can't go over 10,000 because it's a single
All right.
charge.
10,000.
That's the maximum.
10,000.
Or cancel.
3126, it's an offer of 10,000.
This is very close. I'm gonna accept 10,000.
Have accept,
Not
but
doing
at
very
what
well.
point is enough?
I know they got 5 sale minor in 10 years.
3127, went to hearing, they already dismissed the charges.
Dismiss the charges.
27.
30, oops, sorry, I'm in trouble.
Yes, I agree. Dismiss.
3128, went to hearing, the AOJ sustained the charges.
I'm at 4,500.
4,500 and sustain the charges.
4,500.
45, right?
Yes.
3130, it's an offer of 2,000.
2,000.
2,000.
2,000 accept.
3131, it's an offer of 2,500.
2,500.
2,500.
2,500 accept.
3132, it's an offer of 1,500.
1,500.
1,500.
Accept.
3133, it's a default.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel bond.
Cancel and bond.
3134, so it's an offer of 20,000, but Mark Mailer emailed the Secretary's office on December 10th and asked for an adjournment to the first meeting in January.
Okay. 1,4.
Commissioner Ford.
Yes, 1-4, yes.
So what's, normally, Gary, we take a store on one of these things.
Here's what happened. There's a few stores involved. We already accepted an offer of 20,000 for one of the stores. A second store.
Which Mailer happened to represent as well.
Miller represents them all. A second store, the wine authority, offered 20,000, and the board countered a cancel and bond because that was the ringleader, who our evidence suggests the guy solicited the others. That case has gone to hearing. And now this is a non-ringleader who's asking to settle.
So to
the
be
same amount.
consistent, but going forward, and you guys need to agree with me or not agree with me, I want to cancel and bond on a clear, this is clear co-op buying, and I want just cancel and bond.
All the stores?
Yeah. That's, they don't stop otherwise. I mean, that's the offer. They can come and take, they can, it's not, it's,
Already closed.
it doesn't mean we have to take it, but that's what I want the offer to be. Because I come in here and you end up arguing with Mailer, he's representing 3 people in the same scheme who are all making money off it, and at the end of the day, they should all be at
You're
a
gonna have the hearing result of the wine authority case before you, and they're gonna come in, I think Buscemi has one of them and Mailer has the other, maybe they're trying to play that game, but He's gonna come in as he did before and say,
Right.
this is not a similar discipline for similar conduct. And obviously, as you already said in response to the CNC request, it's not similar conduct.
Right.
It's a ringleader.
Right.
Okay.
We'll adjourn to January 4th.
Yes.
But I don't even, in my mind, it doesn't even matter who the ringleader is. They should all be gone.
3136, it's a request, it's a new grocery store beer and wine license.
I'm okay with this.
Yep,
Yep, me too.
vote to approve.
3138, it's an offer of 1,500.
1,500?
1,500.
Accept.
3150, no contest.
I'm at 5,000.
5,000. And by the way, the industry wants us to do that. The liquor store associations want them gone because their other members are getting screwed by it.
Yep, 5,000.
3151, it's an offer of 6,000.
Accept.
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 3152, it's an offer of 1,000.
1,000.
1,000.
1,000.
3153, it's an offer of 2,000.
2,000.
2,000.
Accept. 2,000.
3154, it's an offer of 1,500.
1,500.
15.
Sorry.
That's all right.
1,500.
Yep.
3155, it's an offer of 500.
Okay.
Fail to restore the bond.
We would accept 500.
I'll accept.
Accept.
And 3157, it's an offer of 3,500.
I'll accept
Accept.
500.
Accept.
All right, I have nothing else.
All right.
No, headache. Can you unplug me there, Donald?